Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Beatles. Hello, Maddie. Oh, B. Hello. Happy Spicy Thursday. How we doing? Gonna flip flop my hair forward so I get my I almost have my glasses on. My headphones on. Success. Okay. Today was an interesting day. It was a weird day. Good day, bad day. I don't know. Weird day. How are you guys? How we doing? I not so funny story. I had a doctor's appointment this morning. I just like a routine thing for medication actually. And I have a recently-ish switched insurance. And even though I filled out the forms with my proper PCP, for whatever reason, when I got my insurance card, they had a different PCP listed. And then when I tried to correct it, they sent me a new card with a totally different wrong PCP. So at that point, I was just kind of like, I don't even want to deal with this anymore. So when I went for my appointment today, they were like, yeah, unless the PCP is proper, we literally can't see you. So that was exciting. Luckily, it wound up being actually a straightforward process this time. So hopefully it will work this time. We shall see. Just got a headache. Had to wake up at 5:30 to move stuff around the house for people to come and clean the windows. It's supposed to 7, but they decided to come out early because it's hot today. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Headaches suck. I actually just went and took some Excedrin myself. I swear, ever since I came back from the shore, my allergies have been on like 1,000,000%. I've been unable to get rid of this migraine, and it's been I swear, I half feel like I picked up a bug, but I don't think I did. I feel like my body's just having like a weird reaction to something. Or like saying, Marcus, take better care of yourself, Marcus. Also, I'm fixing my seat. 1 second. There we go. I've also had to change like shirts multiple times today, speaking of the heat, because of how hot it was. What does tomorrow look like for you, the Beatles? Are you at least gonna be able to have a nice calm Friday? Or are you gonna be a busy bee tomorrow morning as well? Come on, camera. There we go. Success. Okay. Now that I'm properly in focus. Um I'm what's sorry, I'm just realizing I am definitely officially at the point where I need to trim my bangs again. And you can't say, Marcus, you've been saying that for a year because I only say it whenever they grow back out. So technically I don't say it. I haven't been saying that for a year. I've just been saying it on and off for a year. Haha. Semantics. It'll be calm tomorrow. That's good. So guys, the anniversary, it's gone. And the masquerade forever gone. Also, fun fact, this is not how you're supposed to salute, unless different branches do it, you're actually supposed to have your hand at a little angle. At least that's what I was told when we were in scouts. And you might be like, Marcus, maybe scout salutes are different, and the answer is no. At the branch of scouts that I did Sea Scouts. And with Sea Scouts, we had Marine drill sergeants yelling at us. It was fun. That sounds sarcastic, but it was actually a lot of fun. I loved Sea Scouts. For those who have never heard of Sea Scouts, it's a offshoot of Venture Scouting, which is a co-ed subset of Boy Scouts. It's a bit more like active. I mean, Boy Scouts on its own can be active, but there are more competitions and stuff. A lot more ties with like the Marines and the Navy. Actually, one of our competitions is held, or I should say was, like I don't do it anymore, obviously, but would be held every year on the USS Hornet, which is a old warship up in upstate California, and we would sleep in the barracks and everything. It was cool. And we'd see people like walking around the ship during the competition who were clearly there for like museum-esque purposes, because they would do tours of the ship and stuff. And then we just had like almost unlimited access. We got to do like a little ghost tour, got to explore the ship. It was fun. When we weren't doing the competition, which was most of it. Actually, speaking of getting up early, those competitions, we generally wake up anywhere between like 4 to 5 a.m. and then we would go usually until 10 to 12 p.m. slash a.m. Usually about 10 on normal days, and then some days it would be like every now and then there'd be a special like event. Like for example, with the USS Hornet one, we would have a dance on the Saturday, I think, and so that one usually people would be up a bit later. It was fun though. I miss Sea Scouts. Actually, it's funny because you can I've actually been able to find the old obstacle course that I had to run for the competition, and I was able to clear every obstacle on it other than the 6 foot wall. I did not have the body strength or upper body strength to clear the 6 foot wall on my own. I did technically clear it, but that's because the way the obstacle course would work is 2 people would run it simultaneously on side by side tracks, and the way that the 6 foot wall would work, because there's such variety. Let's put it this way: there would be ships that were entirely guys, ships that were co-ed, and then ships that were entirely girls. So they generally everyone was held to very close to the same standard. Um, so with the 6 foot wall, basically the way it worked is if you passed your 6 foot wall, you could go back and help your teammate get over their 6 foot wall. Alternatively, one person could skip the 6 foot wall and take the penalty and help their teammate get over the 6 foot wall so that at least one of them would make it. Luckily, when I ran the course, I was with this girl named Jocelyn. Actually, crap, now I can't remember her. I think it was Jocelyn, not Jocelyn. This one girl, Jocelyn, and I don't know how she did. She was the only person on our ship who was able to get over that wall. She must have had either hella upper body strength or weighed nothing. Possibly both, honestly. And by weighed nothing, I mean, like, let's be real. It's a lot easier to lift yourself if you don't have a lot of weight to lift. I keep going out of focus today for some reason. Let me try to fix this. Look at chat. There we go. Second match today, you got some kid who got mad. You, for some reason, came to a spring trap and afterwards just left them slugged a bit because they kept on clicking and such. What? uh, did as Vecna had 3 people DC too. Oh, okay. You know what, Beatles? I discovered why people are DCing so much. Apparently, the DC penalty is currently disabled, so that's why. It actually explains so much why there were so many DCs yesterday. So just so you know, that if you've seen an increase in DCs, that's why. But I don't think a lot of people know. I take that as a compliment. Oh. Honestly, okay, my guess with the Vecna thing is he's probably someone that is assuming it's a Swift. If it's a Swift, or honestly, even if it's a solo, my guess is that somebody either has been encountering him a bunch because of the recent buffs, because I've definitely noticed an uptick in him. I'm not saying I've encountered him a lot, but relative to how often we used to encounter him, it's a lot more. So it's probably people who don't know how to counter him and have decided he's OP because of his buffs and just go wham, wham, wham. And then probably the rest of the team goes, I mean, the DC penalty's off, so why am I going to stick around in this match? That's probably what happened there. Which, now that I know the DC penalty's off, it makes perfect sense. Yesterday, when we had that one match on, Forgotten Ruins. Not Forgotten Ruins, Borgo, the other Borgo. Shattered Square, there we go. We had the Shattered Square match where we had the one person go next and then the Rebecca go next like a minute later. That was probably the Rebecca having that thought process of, I mean, DC penalty's off, why keep playing it? Oh, Beetle. Oh, nice. Well, that's good. Having that's a it's fun to have multiple ranking systems like that. Oh, 2 things. Speaking of Salt and speaking of Kaneki. The Salt, first of all, remember Gamer from last night? You were there for the last match, right? With when I was teamed up with Vi or Die. And the Springtrap from that match for some reason got pissy at us in Endgame and was like, can't do something other than hiding, or do you guys do anything other than hide, or whatever the fuck they said. I don't remember. It was just weird. Like, it wasn't even like harsh. It was just like, what? Like, that person. They decided to leave a comment on my profile. And it was something, I don't know. Their message was something like getting angry even though you won. It's like, I mean, you've seen what I type in endgame chat. I I don't think I've literally ever said anything in endgame chat other than occasionally. I'll say I've definitely snarked at a fellow survivor before. Okay, I've snarked at a fellow survivor like once or twice, but I would say I've never gotten angry in endgame chat. I've definitely snarked a couple times. But my point is, the I don't know, it's crazy. Here's one better. Did I talk about the person who DC'd instantly when you heard? See, that doesn't surprise me because if you've ever been on the DBD Rage subreddit, there are people who literally are saying, I am protesting Kaneki by DCing every time I see him. Like, that doesn't surprise me because they're trying to send a message to behavior, like basically boosting the DC stats. They just, other people be like, I refuse to play against him, so I will walk up to him every time. And you know, if they're gonna do one of those, honestly, it's probably better that they give their team the bot. But yeah, but speaking of Kaneki, also, by the way, that's not me justifying what they're doing. That was me saying it doesn't surprise me because I've heard people talking about that, just to be clear. I think it's absurd and stupid and, like, my brother in Christ, play killer then if you're gonna have a hissy fit if you get one of the more popular killers in the game. Like, this is... We've been through this before. Nurse. At least it's not 5-blink Nurse. But I will say, Beatles, I guess the actual DBD devs had to go step in on the subreddit because whoever was answering the questions in the AMA did not clarify properly about the whole thing I was talking about yesterday, with Kaneki at the pallets. They did clarify that the interaction of kidnap tech at pallets and windows is a bug. It's the holding in place, like, an interaction that isn't. But it's one of those things that right now there's a bugged, unintended interaction. And I guess whoever originally read the question just misunderstood the current, like, things. They probably just thought it was a singular thing rather than, oh, my voice just cracked. But yeah, so they did. I'm glad that dude. Let me see if I can. I'm not gonna look for it. The funniest thing was somebody posted a picture of the devs saying that on the Reddit, and somebody goes, "The devs engaging in rage baiting." I see. I love the idea that that was an intentional rage bait. Like, it wasn't, but it's funny to imagine that it was. Sorry, I'm adjusting the gain on my microphone real quick. There we go. Okay. They went on a rant in endgame chat too, saying, have life. Hey, vey. Good luck next active up 10 seconds in. They say, bark like a dog, you're below me, moron. Beatles, that's when you reply with this. Oh, I don't know. People are strange. People are so strange. Though I speaking of bark like a dog though, I'm actually gonna switch to the screen. Oh, also, I have something to talk about Death Note with you because you've asked me about the live actions before, and I've been thinking about them, and I recently thought about something that I'm gonna yap about. But first, I want to talk a little bit of. Actually, what was I saying? Crap, it's one of those days, huh? 2 seconds, and my brain forgets a thing. Oh well. Okay. First of all, off topic, but I have to remember to remove my cakes from all my different survivors' active builds, because I do not want to be wasting them, haha. But, yeah, I don't remember the first thing I was going to say, so I'm just going to talk about Death Note instead. So, the live actions of Death Note, I don't remember. This is so sad. I'm still so disappointed in this. Like, the difference is, I don't know. This is so sad. It's actually, I literally can't look at this. I need to get off this offering page or I'm just gonna feel disgust. I totally just broke my brain again. Why am I like this? English teacher freaked out when you and your classmate did online and put your or all right in section Google chat. Oh, like, I assume freak out in a positive way? Or wait, oh wait, hold on. Yeah, wait, what do you mean? Or, oh, are you talking about, like, correcting people? I'm sorry, I'm a little lost.
No hook for me.
No hook. Crap, sorry, I'm just trying to get this build together real quick. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. She freaked out if we spelt it that way. She hated when we did that even outside of school. Wait, I'm sorry, Beatles. I think I don't know if I think I'm missing, like, a key point here. Like, why was she freaking out? Like, were you spelling it right or wrong? Or, I'm so sorry. I just think there's, like, I can't tell if you mean freaked out, like, right or... But, I mean, all right is also a word. Like, if somebody is all right with like, if somebody is actively all right, like, that's a real word, right? I'm sorry, I feel like I'm just confusing. Because at first, when you said freaked out, I thought you meant, like, she would positively freak out because you guys were using proper grammar. That's how I originally interpreted it. So now I'm, like, I'm having to readjust my OG perception. And it's throwing me more than a wee bit. I'm pretty sure all right is a real word, as far as I'm aware. That's, because for me, I thought that all right was, like, yeah, because, now, I could totally be wrong here. Don't get me wrong. I guess for me, I always considered, like, if something is all right, but like, 2 words, but someone is all right. That's how I always have interpreted it. But, like I said, that could just be because that may have just, like, totally passed by all of my schooling. Ooh, Shadow Step, nice. I'm actually gonna get back in the Boon. Against the Huntress. And that's why Overcome is wonderful. It makes me feel safe healing under hook, even when a killer might come back, because I know that even if I get hit, I can usually make a good bit of distance. And usually I can bait them into chasing me instead of the person I was trying to reset. Usually. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I'm, one mechanic that I think I'm gonna miss is the, quick and quiet, in a bottle. I wouldn't mind if they added, like, honestly, they could, I kind of wish that they made that a type of item or activatable item that you only had so many charges of instead of, the weird fog vial. I hate the idea of the fog vials, genuinely. I've hated them ever since they introduced them. I don't think, as far as I'm aware, I don't think, like, anyone liked them, in the events. I don't know why they decided, yep, that's the thing we're gonna add to the main game. Like, really? Why? For what purpose? Pretty sure Iron Maiden is in play. By Iron Maiden, I mean Darkness Revealed. I literally don't know where he is, and I'm terrified. Hey. Always love a good warm-up match against a Huntress. Not sarcasm, by the way, I love Huntress. Sorry, is this lullaby bugged? I swear not the directional audio, excuse me, the audio just doesn't feel like it's making sense. I might be crazy. I probably am. I just can't. This is just the second time now that I was or honestly, actually, this entire match I've been so thrown by this guy's audio. I think he's also got, the, undetectable add-on, so that could have something to do with it, but it's just really throwing me off for some reason. Sorry. Hello? Anyway, that's, if you're wondering why I did what I just did, it's because I knew Renata was nearby and could probably get pickup. There's definitely a chance she has DS, but I figured it'd be safer to, do what I just did. Ooh, that's gonna be nowhere to hide. Yeah. We needed a reset, unfortunately. Ooh, okay, nice, nice, nice. Ooh, I should have healed. No! No, Laura! I'm sorry, I can't. I'm sorry, Laura, I tried so hard. I didn't try hard enough, but I really did. Here's the thing, he's gonna come here, so if I can take Chase... He's gonna die for this. It's okay, Michaela. One of us will... Oh. Imagine Blood Warden. Imagine Blood Warden. Oh, wow, I am so dead, haha. Well. I was wrong. We don't make it. Unlucky. GG's. 1 out. Ugh. Good warm-up match, though. Kind of weird warm-up match. No, sorry, not weird like the usual weird. Weird just like, I wonder if post-event servers are gonna be funky. Jeez. Oh, it wasn't Nowhere to Hide, okay. And it was Wooden Fox. I was right about that. Oh, wow. End Fury. I wonder if that was from, the event mode. Anyway, I need some water.
No hook for me.
No hook for me today. That wasn't very good. What quests do I have left? Okay, well, yeah. Oh yeah, fun fact. Guys, remember when I was looking at the event quests for Killer? I had like 3 to kill people. I did not get to do a single kill yesterday. Oh, ironically, if people had DC'd, I probably would have gotten kills because I would have murdered the bots to death in game. Okay. Let's see. You know what, maybe... That could be interesting. Honestly, what if I just do this instead? Just no... Let's do this. Let's see how this works out. No exhaustion perk. Resurgence is so nice. Resurgence is genuinely becoming one of my favorite solo queue perks to run into my teammates running. Up there with Kindred. Because the thing about, like, solo queue perks is that as the person running them, you get really decent value. But it's also so nice for your teammates when you have them. Like, I don't know, Resurgence is so nice for me running it because, oh wow, I can reset off hook pretty quickly if the killer isn't there. And we can get right back to gens. But as a teammate, unhooking someone and seeing that they are 70% of the way healed is so nice. And it's such a, oh, good, perfect, we can get right back into the match. Let's go, gamers. So, well, I'm gonna try throwing it on. Oh, but of course, ooh, rare gen in this room. Oh yeah, the old Midwich Terror Radius bug. That was a good catch-up. Ooh! That was a further swing than I thought he'd have. Ooh. And that's called holding W on Midwich against the Doctor. Because really, what else are you supposed to do? Play that palette? As someone who's slowly becoming a Doctor player, I know how futile that would be. This is the right move, by the way. Lori trying to finish her gen. Hello? Oh, Merciless Storm, that's what's going on. I couldn't figure out, I was like, did Grim, like, get activated in, like, the weirdest, most delayed way ever? You know what I just realized? Lori probably saw that I was most of the way healed when I started healing myself. I just realized that's what happened. And I'm like, damn. I'm so glad she changed her mind and decided to heal me. But that's what it was. She saw my progress when I started my own heal. Does she also have botany? Because that felt like a really fast heal on her part, actually. Considering, I think maybe Chlorophobia wasn't. Like, maybe we were far enough away. Ooh, goodbye, frames. Also, did he bring this map? No, what a map for him to get with, presumably, the build he has. I hate that drop. I'm... Are they ever going to fix that? I might actually literally make an account on the behavior forum and just spam the ever-living shit out of that forum that bug is unacceptable. Oh my god, I can't. Ugh. Do you know how many times I've died to that drop down? And Twitch might say, Marcus, skill issue, just learn the drop there. It's not supposed to be there. It wasn't there for the first, like, 3 years of me playing this damn game. And then the game bugged out, and now it is. And you know what? No, I don't have to accept that. Anyway. Salt Dawn. Dawn? What done? I was trying to say gone and done, and it came out as dawn. Dawn, 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 dawn. I'm gonna find Meg. No! I'm sorry, Meg, I tried. Close, but not close enough. He's got the add-on. I give him the extra large tear. I would bet dollars to donuts. He's got the add-on that gives you the larger tear radius when you have your power up. Does he have nurses? Oh wait, he's down there? How did he get down there? When did he get down there? Also, I definitely picked the right match to throw Resurgence on, because yikes. That definitely made healing off hook 1,000,001 times easier. Where is this? Why I see no aura? Aura. I guess. Okay. We're here, we're being chillin'. I'm so sorry. Okay, now we're good. Sorry about that. Oh my god. Okay. Is there a pallet in here? Is that brutal? Well, I thought Lori was coming to take a hit for me. Well. Hello, Luigi's. Hello, Moxie. How goes? I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Thursday. Oh, that's so sad. I really thought that because that's what Steve did last chase was he kept trying to take hits from Meg and myself, and I saw him approaching with Bond, and I saw Lori. There we go. So having a Lara and a Lori just really throws me off. Not in match, by the way, just in game. Seeing Lori there, I was like, oh, she's here to take the hit, and then I just walked. Bill Nye. Bill. Bill Nye the Lightning Guy. Bill Nye. Science rules.
Its power lies here. I'm in the middle of it.
Thursday was Rick got yelled at by a higher up sergeant today. Oh, sounds like an absolute joy. Oh, I hope it wasn't anything too serious. See, speaking of reasons why I couldn't, I just realized that I could never actually be in the military slash be a lawyer. Actually, I'm too much a baby. I'm big baby. I evolved into a baby. When I was younger, I wasn't as much of a baby. I cry easily. It's so embarrassing. I cried at the doctor's office today. I'm just like, I'm so sorry. I'm a crier. I can't help myself. Yeah. Though it's funny. I was actually talking earlier about how when I was in Sea Scouts, which for those unaware, it's a offshoot of Venture Scouting, which is a co-ed subsection of Boy Scouts. Anyway, during those, we had like competitions and stuff that we would go to, and Sea Scouts has a lot, unlike Adventure Scouting does as well, but not nearly as much. Sea Scouts has a lot of ties to like the Navy and the Marines and stuff. One of our big competitions is held up on the USS Hornet, and at the competitions we would have there were a lot of like either active but mainly retired like Marines, and the person who would actually call drill for the drill event slash competition, not the team drill but the group drill where it was kind of like a last man standing, was a retired drill sergeant. Marine drill sergeant. Was a blast, genuinely. Like, because there were no stakes there, like it was almost like role play. Oh, trapper. Watch your feet. Watch your feet. But because it was like low stakes, it was fun. It was enjoyable. And one of my most memorable moments was we were doing we wore navy whites for our uniform. We had casuals as well, but we would wear whites for the primary. And when we would do a dress inspection, we were told you have to take this very seriously. You have to act like you're actually like this is all for real. Don't laugh, don't smile, take it seriously, okay? Okay. Well, turns out the actual people do. I've never seen. Is this a new tile? I have never seen this tile in this corner of the map. That broke my brain for a second. I'm like, do I not know where I am? Sorry, there's usually a big tree here, isn't there? Weird. Sorry, anyway, the people who were, inspecting us were not told that we were told that. So they come up to us and they're all smiles and we're all standing at attention and they're asking us questions, but they're like lighthearted questions, but we're like, are they trying to trip us up? And at one point, one of them walks up to me and goes, if you were a tree in the forest, what kind of tree would you be? And in that moment, I could not for the life of me remember a single type of tree. So 17-year-old me replies, the one with the bees, sir. Next, just like bow forward as she lets out a laugh. She looked like it. Is she serious? Is she joking? Oh, yourself lived through the building dirty. Wait, you got yelled at for cleaning it up, or? Awesome, thanks, random lag in the middle of my skill check. I love that. And hello there, Ashley Anna. Hope you are having a wonderful, wonderful Thursday. How goes? Welcome in. Whoop. I'm doing pretty good, thank you. And yourself? Is this like a no trap trapper? Is he playing Machete Man? Yeah, that's kind of based. Oh, I want to have. No, don't do it. I wanted to show that I had the perk. Oh my god, he's got the one that lets him step in his own traps, I think, because I don't think Felix disarmed a trap. Anyways, there's like a new tile. If you didn't see it. Back corner of the map is different than usual. Want some coloring? That's nice. What kind? Anything in particular? I mean, I would assume something in particular. Oh. Ooh, hex. I want to get him away from the, previously hooked survivor. Whew. So what's your coloring in? Thank you, Ashley Anna, but I am currently, a wee bit occupied. $199 my heal. Was this one cleansed? Oh, it was. Nice. I was, like, all set up to, re-cleanse it. Maybe... Actually, let me check to make sure there's nothing in here. Okay, this is basement. I just want to make sure there's no lit totems. Okay. Slash, I want to make sure it wasn't trapped in here. Okay. Whew. Oh, nice to meet you too, Ashley. You have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day, and enjoy your coloring and art in general. There we go. I needed to make sure I wasn't gonna get a skill check. Which, honestly, there's no way to make sure, but... Also, Nick having the chase of his life. Chases of his life. Cast or cursed again. How do I do it? Ooh, that looked like unbreakable. Could be DS as well, honestly. Do we want to get save or... Oh my god, are you kidding me? Oh my god, wait, Oh my god, Nick, he has DS, that's why he's doing this. I didn't want him to chase Nick, though. I wanted him to chase me and for me to look like a semi-easy down. But, Nia doesn't realize either. It's okay. Feel a lot better now. Oh no. Well, I don't think he understood what was happening there. That's so sad. Oh my god, no, Ed's right there. I just saw it spawn. I don't think it was lit before. Oh no, he found Nick anyway. Wrong way, Nick. Ooh. See? And that's why. It's okay. Here's the thing. I wanted to be quiet so he would have a chance to, Wait, I just realized they don't know. Oh my god. I didn't even realize the gate was open until just now. Well, that was my bad, I guess. I don't know why. I literally... Guys, don't look at me. I'm a big old Dumas. Here's was my thought. I was like, okay. My team's looking for Noed, right? I just realized that they didn't know. I think only Nick and I knew where it spawned is the problem. Oh, this is tragic. Hello there, ASAP Uriah. How you doing? Chose a random strain to put on as you slept. Woke up after 6 hours. Oh, welcome. I'm doing pretty good, thank you. And yourself? This Nick is definitely, like, lost his mind at me. I understand why he went down under PAL, because he trusted the save, but the problem is I knew the NOED was coming the entire time. Also, this is Blood Warden, and she should definitely leave. Well, they'll see. We're dead. Good luck, team. By good luck, I mean... Sorry, team. Honestly, if it's not Blood Warden, one of them needs to leave, and then maybe I 4%. That's where we're at. Guys, please. One of you leave, please. Guys, 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 please. Unless it is... Oh, you know what? It probably is just a Blood Warden. That's what it is, right? Hello? Pretty, pretty, please, princess? Yeah, it's definitely Blood Warden with how they're running, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, it's not. Okay. Well. Oh, I'm glad Nick got out. Honestly, that was my goal at that point. Knowing that NOED was in play, I was like, well, I will die for him. He was our absolute juicer. Oh. Oh, so sorry. I am there are a few times I enter bad streamer mode. Excuse me, hashtag bad streamer mode. One, when I'm playing... Shut up, Tori, I am talking. One, when I am playing Killer, because it's my least played role. Two, when I am super locked into Chase, because otherwise I'm going to make an absolute fool of myself, like I did last match. Number two, clearly I should have entered bad streamer mode. Number three, when I'm talking in endgame chat, because I can only have one dialogue in my brain at a time. You know, Local, you're really supposed to ask if I'm doing open lobbies, but I'll make an exception. So if anyone does want to hop in, feel free to. I'm gonna ready up in a second. Don't think you'd want to take the hook endgame. Nah, that, like I said, that gamer was, he was the one taking Chase, like, the entire match. So, you know, it was one of those sorts of situations of, you know, on the one hand, if he died, he would probably die knowing that the team got out because of him. But on the other hand, let's just get the gamer out, if possible. Though honestly, I hundo P thought we were both dead there. I thought that I simply just killed us both, as I have done before, especially with the other gamer left. And luckily, other gamer was a very brave soul, and to that we salute. Now, if only one of them had left a little bit earlier and I could have gotten a 4% chance, just one extra, that would have been nice. But, you know, beggars can't be choosers. People with hooks in their shoulders will take the 2 escape attempts they have and be happy with them. Putting over comeback on. I want my exhaustion perk. Maybe I should put on crutch perk of opportunity. You know what? Honestly, I should have thrown on Unbreakaboon. But yeah, overall, I don't generally mind dying. Gosh, I'll say, seeing that NOED spawn that was like such an oh, and just the hit never coming for so long, and just knowing it was about to appear. Though I gotta say, my favorite thing with NOED is it's also the worst possible feeling as killer. Well, one of the worst. I'd say the worst totem-related feeling as killer you can get is having a multiple totem build and hearing 2 of them pop within the first 20 seconds of the match, because that means a survivor probably spawned on top of them. That's horrible and annoying, and I feel like there should be some sort of base kit corrupt around hex totems, or at least some sort of mechanic that makes them uncleansable in the first 10 seconds of a match at least. Even if it was literally a 20-second cooldown, like any hex totems. Now, don't get me wrong, that kind of makes Haunted Grounds a little bit in a funky position, but like, I don't know, is it really the worst thing if you're not getting exposed for the first minute of the match? Like, and by that I mean obviously it's worse, but it's not the worst thing. It's worse, not worst. I guess let me repronounce that in case Mike isn't picking it up. W-O-R-S-E versus W-O-R-S-T, as in tango. Anyway, Killer main only play Survivor with people. No more solo queue. God, see, I both love and hate solo queue. Mainly love it, but it has the highest highs and the lowest lows, and honestly, I kind of can dig that. Oh, hi there. Young, thick Robbie. But yeah, my first, like, 1,000 hours in the game were exclusively Killer, and then I finally started playing some Survivor and just kind of fell in love with the gameplay loop. And I've been trapped in this part of the fog ever since. Send help. Please. But yeah, there's just something about, like, when you manage to get that solo queue synergy going, that is so satisfying. If I play solo queue, unless my teammates are teammates, you'd open gates and leave. See, if there's a chance for a save, like, I'd say if there's a more than 10% chance, I go for it, if possible. If it's an under 10% chance, I might go for it if the person is, say I'm, like, swiffing with someone, I'll, like, almost always try to save them unless it's literally impossible. Like, if there's literally a Bubba in front of the hook revving, and refusing to leave even a centimeter, there's no point in attempting a save. That one's impossible. Just waiting for, okay, information. Okay. Try to see if they're good. They hide in walkers or crouch walk around map corners, they're dead. See, I'll usually give people, like, the benefit of the doubt and just assume that they're new to the game. Let's put it this way, I'm someone who has a surprising amount of patience for video games. I know there are people who just, like, they can't stand, let me rephrase that. Video games and stuff that happens in them, it's easy/quick to upset them. And I consider myself lucky that I'm not someone who gets easily annoyed and agitated by, video games. I do know people who are like that, though, so I get it. Which is why I say I consider myself lucky. Oh. Oh, yeah, then you see the matches over there, P85. Oh, yeah, that one's definitely happened. I'm like, oh, yeah, they're probably just new, right? And then it's like, nope, they are P100. Follow ASAP, Uriah. I really do appreciate that. Fastest heal of your life, baby. God, I love botany knowledge. Actually, this guy's pretty much not going back to hook. I'm gonna switch to normal botany. Watch him teleport right now. Actually, if you guys don't know, I am notorious for having the absolute best, Rita's worst, sense of timing in this lobby. In this lobby? What's wrong with me? In this game. I always wait. I wait. I wait. And the moment I choose to move is always the worst. Where is he? Whoop. Okay. Gotcha, Sable. Overcome, baby. Okay, sorry about that. Wait, give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Thank you, ASAP. Or, actually, would you prefer ASAP or Uriah as a shorthand? What at? Okay. Good thing you can read lips. Oh. Hello, for those who don't know, Mermaid Point is the one, the only Mama Marcus. I'm gonna go try to find Sable and take a hit for her if possible. Sable! There we go. Phew. You got it. You got it, dude. Nice. Good job, Claudette. Oh, they see that? That's one of those phrases that definitely lives in my head rent free. Oh. Speaking of things that live in my head rent free, you got it, dude, pops in my head a bit more often. What doesn't often pop into my head is, what's it called? Oh, right. Howdy ho, Junior Rangers. Howdy ho, Ranger Joe. Yeah, that one I was talking to actually my Uncle Joe the other day, and I I was saying howdy ho to him, and in my head I just completed howdy ho, Ranger Joe. Good duck. Ooh. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well. We tried! Here's the thing. Claudette committed, so I committed. At least I thought she was committing. It wasn't gonna work. But you know, live together, die together. Don't suppose he had made for this, haha? Well, let me look for a pallet that maybe you can drop and get lucky with. Oh my god, Local, you're such a little rat up there. Is it possible for Slug to drop onto that? This is funny. Let's find out. This is just an experiment match, I guess. If only you could jump in DBD, haha. Whoop, I got stuck on the railing. You are flirting with danger, Local. I can't wait to try to drop down and just to immediately fall to the floor. Well, actually, I still want to know. I still want to know if it's possible, honestly. Oh, he doesn't know. There we go. Hello, sir. Ma'am. Alien friend. She's... That was funny. You know, actually, one person might make it. Because I don't think Basement was here, was it? One person might be able to wiggle, because, only your death hooks. So, actually, no. If she hooks you, then Claudette can get worried. You're weird quote things in movies that shouldn't make me remember. It's just that one random line to make fun of. Quoting things is fun. Okay, well, I get a chance to 4% at least, haha. I wish I could try to unhook myself. You see, the one problem with abandoning as well is that if you have any quests that require you to, finish a match, abandoning makes it so it doesn't count. Just look at my eyes as I'm up to something. Oh, no. In fact, Honestly, I was thinking about Heathers, actually, the musical, to be precise, but the movie as well, I suppose. That's what I was thinking about. Oh, honestly, it was a good match.
I would be your most
Killer played
loyal
pretty chill.
servant.
I think I'm gonna put on Crutchperk of Opportunity. I lied. I'm gonna put on Unbreakaboon, the build.
At last.
The best worst build around. That's not true. Autodidact will always be my favorite worst build. Ha! It is water. Wink. No, it's water. No, I prefer my alcohol very, very fruity. I'm one of those people. I'm just like, eh. It doesn't help that I like straight up can't drink beer at all because I get indigestion from it. I say this like I've had many. I've had like 3, not even full glasses, because if I drink like a quarter of a glass of beer, I will get the worst indigestion after like half an hour. It is horrible. And it's happened all 3 times I've tried, so I'm just like, no more. Clearly something in my body does not like beer. Ironically, Smirnoff Ice, which are technically labeled as like flavored beers, don't have that same effect. But I also don't know why, if like they are technically beers, because frankly, I'm just not that interested. And I could look it up, but sometimes we just want to keep some of life's great mysteries, you know? I think we all have a handful of things that we occasionally will wonder about that we could definitely Google, but we just decide not to because, you know, why? Let's just keep things a little mysterious in our life. Don't understand. People can drink straight liquor and be like, damn, this is delicious. Don't care if it's cheap or top shelf. It's disgusting. Yeah. One of my roommates in college, her preferred drink was just straight gin, and I'm like, I couldn't even smell the stuff. Genuinely. I tried, like, you know those, I used to work at a liquor store, so I'm gonna probably reference, like, specific things, but I don't know how commonly known they are. Have you ever heard of those, what they're called? They're called, I think, Old Smoky Moonshine, jars. They have a bunch of different flavors. I tried one of the, like, I forget which one it was, but it was one of the, like, the super sweet ones. Everyone's like, oh, they're so sweet. I could barely taste, I could barely drink it. It was so sweet because of how sweet it was. And then I tried it, and I'm like, this is disgusting. I can't eat more than a like, drink. I can't drink this. I can't. I would rather give it away. Mista whiskas. Oh, these gens are kind of gross. Oh wait, do we not have a small boat gen? Oh, we do, of course. I was like, wait, I thought small boat gen was a guaranteed spawn. Yeah, I will stick with my spiked strawberry lemonades, and I will lampshade them. I'm a big lampshader. If I do something that is something that certain types of people will snicker at, I'll be like, yes, and I'm enjoying my drink. Can you say the same? And honestly, if you can say the same, fair enough, and I'm glad you enjoy it. A lot of things I can't understand from an alcoholic because of the taste. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be real. In some ways, I'm really glad that my body is not a huge fan of alcohol, because I was about to say something and then I thought of the follow-up comment I was gonna make and it made me laugh, so I'm gonna explain. I'm just gonna say what I was gonna say. I started to say because I tend to get like super obsessed / addicted to things pretty easily. By things, I mean generic things. And then I started snickering because I was like, yeah, Marcus, what part of you put like over 1,000 hours into DVD in your first year? Like very, very much why can't I make words string together? Usually this doesn't happen until like after 9 p.m. But right now, the words are not wording. Oh, I needed the fast fault there. Whoopsies. Okay, he does have egg. This is when I yearn for Crutch Perk of Opportunity.
Do you actually think you can defeat?
I got yoinked, I got yoinked. No, so, what I was gonna say, though, is that, the follow-up was just gonna be, what's what I'm looking for? My body just, like, does not like alcohol a lot. It, if I drink, like, even a little, first of all, I have a low tolerance for becoming tipsy, but then a high tolerance for becoming drunk. Which is, you know, mixed bag. But, if I drink, I don't have to drink much for my stomach to hate me. And not even in the sense of, like, oh, I'm throwing up the next day, just in the sense that I just feel, ugh. Like, there's no other way to describe it other than it makes me feel, ugh. I'm gonna actually keep Chase on this half of the map so that they can work on gens on the better half. Is that Bam? Okay. I know I just said I was gonna stay on that half of the map. But now I'm over here. I'm dead as hell. Oh my god, my mouse movement. Why am I like this? Joke's on him. He can't know what I'm gonna do if I don't know what I'm gonna do. Hey, maybe he won't notice that hook right there. Guys, I think he noticed that hook right there. Ugh. I'm angry. See, that's one of those hits, like, lack of hits that probably was a little, I don't know. It probably looked fine on his, oh, never mind, he has 96 ping. Okay. You know what? I'm shocked that didn't hit me, actually. I must have been just out of range of it, damaging me. Also kind of forgot that I was running Unbreakaboon and not, Overcome. When I took that one hit, I'm like, okay, let me make some cross-map distance. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, you took off your, why fix what ain't broke build. Let's see, I assume Wesker's probably harassing Sable on main, right? And we're really glad I'm hitting these skill checks. That doesn't always happen. Oh my god, wait, oh, I didn't actually need to do what I just did. Oh wait, he's actually chasing her instead. Based. Wesker's based, Wesker's based. Oh, I want to do that gate, but like, I feel like that's asking for death, you know? Working on the gate near next to Chase. Oh, never mind, he's coming after me anyway, huh? That was, speaking of, I'm actually kind of shocked I didn't get grabbed out of the gate. That's happened before, by the way, against the Tombstone Myers. It hasn't happened to me, but I've seen it happen to other people. We're on there and they exited and were already escaped. and then Michael reached his arm out and killed them from post-exit gate. Thank you, Sable. You were a hero, and I'm so glad you made it. Come on, don't do it, Sable. Don't. Please don't. Sable, please. Sable, please. Sable. If she gets... Sable. If she gets just leave, I mean, it's deserved. Okay, well... Jeez. I don't get it, you know? Like... Why? Why? I just don't get it, because it's the same people who just slug people out for no reason will just wait until the last second to leave. Like, gamer, did you never go to kindergarten and preschool? Were you never told treat others how you want to be treated? Hello, Mr. Obama? Please help me? Sorry, if you that's such a niche it's not a niche reference. A lot of teenage girls used to know that reference. It's relatively niche. Is it really a thing to boop the pig? Yes, as a known pig player and pig lover, and thank God she's getting buffs. I'm so excited for more Chase pig buffs. Yes, people, actually, funnily enough, it's one of the reasons I took a really long break from playing pig was because people kept booping the snoot. And I was like, guys, please, I want to play the game. Please stop, please. And they just wouldn't, and I needed a break. And now people just don't do it as often, which is nice. I think people stop talking about it as often, so it stopped becoming, like, the thing to do. I don't want to run. Sorry, I'm currently debating a couple builds. I'm gonna throw this build back on for the most part, but I'm gonna actually throw on made for this with bond in a bottle. And perhaps this. There we go. Creepy little Michael. Gosh, but yeah, snoop boops are fun. It's in fact, okay, actually, I hope you appreciate this. I got a kick out of this when it happened. One of my early pig matches, I'd say probably within my first 5 matches of ever playing pig. Ooh. When you're dragged through the ground to a Brazilian town, that's amore. Actually, I guess it's not that consistent anymore, because a lot of offerings are hidden now, huh? But, oh yeah, within my first, like, 5 matches of Pig, it was actually an indoor map, and I got jump scared by a survivor who was pre-crouched around the corner, waiting for me to round it, and booped my snoop before I could even react that she was there. It was terrifying. So now, whenever I see the opportunity, I try to do that to Pig players. I don't go for the boops normally, but if I spy them crouching like a little creeper, I will try to jump scare them with a boop. I've succeeded, I think, like 2 times, and one of the times the pig visibly was startled. Actually, no, I think I've done it 3 times, because I know there was the one time the pig was visibly startled. One time the pig did not give a single shit, and one time the pig, you could tell, was like kind of amused by it, because it kind of walked away. This character has a lot of add-ons. Oh, which character? Oh, do you mean like my, do you mean in my inventory, or like a particular, like, character? As killer, you get scared of survivors more than they get scared of you. Hello, how you doing, Magerific? Nothing is ever truly gonna jump scare someone in this game like a Meg jump scaring you at God Palette when you just don't know she's there. You're just walking through Shack to see if anyone's on the gen, and then suddenly you're getting stunned, and it's like, whoa. Nani? You're Dracula. Oh, this map sucks. The play. Nice. Oh my god! I did what he did before. Well, I'm actually gonna use the space since he doesn't have. Unique pathing. Bum 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 bum. Ooh, sorry, you do not finish that generator. Yeah, boot this new. Oh.
Out too quickly.
Pop goes the Jenny. God, it's so weird. Saying Jenny, like, for short for generator, like Genny, is always a little bit strange for me because, I have a cousin named Jenny, so I can't help but think of her as opposed to, like, the word generator. Hello there, Neko Femboy Top. Hope you are also having a wonderful, wonderful Thursday. 10% luck, 20% chase, 30% hiding over all of the place, 5% skill, 10% screams, 100% clutching those DBD dreams. Oh. Hey there, dude. I hope you are having a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. I know, I think I said that already, but oh. Oh, thank you very much. Actually, it's funny because I was recently talking about like things that live in my head rent free. That song is genuinely one of them. I actually like that. I very often think about that song. I kind of want to heal Renato, but I'm actually instead gonna go hunt for Yui. Oh, found her. Yui-chan. Okay. Okay. Well, is he coming this way? I can't tell. Oh wait, he found her. Wow, that's not what I was expecting. Oh, I thought she was gonna go down there. Honestly, originally I was regretting stealthing there. Now I'm kind of glad because he didn't see me on the gen. I understand how chlorophobia is in play. That's the second chlorophobia today. The last one was a doctor, which was a little worse. Guys, I might have to bad streamer mode for a minute here. I mean, not a full minute, but like... And now I understand why no one wanted to heal me off. Huh, it makes sense. Not sarcasm, like genuinely, it makes a lot of sense. I think that's nowhere to hide, honestly, with how he's following Renato expertly. Okay. Okay, where are you, local? There you are. We good, fam, we good. Okay! Ah! Oh, am I excited for the smoke bomb? You know what, honestly? I'm not a fan. Now, I will say, disclaimer, I did not watch, like, any PTB footage, so I literally do not know how they are implementing the smoke bomb at all. Like, literally no knowledge. What I do know is every time they've added it to an event, I've gone, I don't like this. I don't like this at all, and I hope they don't add this to the main game. I don't like any aspect of it. 0 out of 10. But I am also keeping an open mind, and I hope that I'm wrong. This is one of those times where I'm happy to be wrong when it's good to be wrong. And this is one of those times where I really hope that I'm wrong, because I would love if it actually was a fun new interactive item that adds a little bit of spice to both Survivor and Killer gameplay. I just don't know if I think that's going to be the case or not, you know? Me starting to throw down another person using flashlight scared of killer. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is that... Okay, actually, I just realized I didn't explain why I'm not looking forward to it. The reason I hate the idea of it now is, when it was in the events, my thought process was always, oh, this is like... First of all, Swifts are always... This is like such a Swift-coded item. You're never going to get as much value from it in solo queue as you are in a Swift. And on top of that... Crap, I've been spotted. Please! Oh my god! I can get one up and not both. Okay. Yui? Was that a crash? That might have been a real crash, because that's a weird place to DC. Oh god, I always forget that this map is bugged to hell and back if you go to this area of the map. You just end with, like, permanent fog. You see how foggy everything is right now? Yeah, that's this area of the map. And if you leave this area, it doesn't clear, or at least it didn't. Maybe they fixed it, but nope, look how foggy it still is. Speaking of bug reports I'd like to make, that one's top of the list. Oh, yes, smoke bombs, though. Other thing. So, I found them pretty useless, pretty annoying, like, very little bang for your buck in 2v8 when they were originally implemented. Then I read what they were going to change when they brought them to live, and went, why are we making them stupidly strong now? Why are we making them, like, the most annoying thing in this game since sliced bread? That's not a good comparison. Why are we making this the most annoying thing in this game since OGDS? Or Medal of Man, whichever one. Hey, Yuibot, you want to heal me? Yuibot, you're supposed to heal me! I hate the bots. I fucking hate the bots in this game. Why are they so stupid? Oh my god, wait, that was local. I thought that was a wolf. I can't even lie. Are we out? Oh yeah, let's just go. Don't tempt fate. It's weird they were charged. Yeah, no, I don't know. That like, it's, ugh, I don't know. I'm not looking forward to seeing them implemented, and they just, I don't know. Why, when you are literally in the, hello there, Javion, how goes? Why, when you are in the middle of your quality of life initiatives, which, mind you, you have acknowledged that because you're in the middle of your quality of life initiatives, you are pushing other important gameplay mechanics to the side, like events and some like balancing changes and map and other, actually no, let's just say balancing changes about killers, add-ons, powers, maps. Why, instead of addressing those, are you instead throwing a random new item into things and giving yourself another thing to have to balance and deal with bugs around? You're really just throwing a bomb into the spaghetti code. are we gonna have another instance of some survivor uses wake up, killer's game crashes? Again, I hope I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, I will be happy. I hope you're doing well, Javion. I don't know, like I said, it's not the worst thing they could have done. I just, for those who haven't heard this, I'm actually a big, historically, I try to, like, say, yay, behavior, you guys are making good changes. But they tend to just do, like, the whole 3 steps forward, 1 big leap back. And I'm convinced that it's because one of the higher-ups at the company who is less involved in the actual gameplay gets involved. Hence why it happens around times like the anniversary. Oh, hello there, lovely angel. GG's, gamer. No, that didn't feel like a slug attempt, honestly. Like you said, it was just, there were people around, someone was under pallet. What are you gonna do? I'm figuring out, or I figured that, honestly, Yui probably, that felt like a real crash. Because why, unless she was going for some sort of, Iron Man challenge. But, I don't know. Weird time to DC. GG, so I hope you're having a wonderful session, and good luck, next gamer. Hello there, NG Bando, carry you? No promises. Good luck. It's, I'm able to loop 100% of the time, 80% of the time. Let's just see where the dice roll. Imagine we get a Vecna, then we're really gonna be D&Ding it up with rolling dice. Oh, and thank you for the follow, lovely angel. I don't think I said that out loud because I was yapping. Have a wonderful rest of your DBD session, and maybe we'll run into each other again out there in the fog. Listen, might be in the minority, but oh my god, speaking of pig players. God, Fung's breathing is loud. Though, you know what? For those who weren't here yesterday, I recently had to add Felix to my list of loud survivor breathing characters. Because he's never someone I would have considered a loud survivor. But oh my god, I was chasing someone else loosely, and all of a sudden I was like, did I just hear Felix breathing? And he was just walking around a corner or something. Like, no scratch marks, no running, no nothing. Shocking. So yeah, Felix gamers, beware. Your boy is loud. But he's kind of loud, like, he's not loud like a Fun Min loud where you can hear her really easily, but loud enough that you can definitely hear the little puffs of breath. Also, I'm so afraid that this pig is gonna do what I did to someone yesterday of sky pigging from that angle. I am a firm believer in sky pig. God, I have the whole W perk on the whole W map. Let me just see where she is. Okay. Over here. And this is why I bring Bond in a bottle. Also, just having, like, permanent aura reading on one teammate is so nice. And it's especially nice if it's a solo queue teammate. / a teammate that you're not queued up with. Ace is the man with the helpful healing folk. And you know what? I was gonna say looping, but Nancy was healing me. Also, for once, I wasn't actually going there incorrectly. I was checking to see if the Hex Totem was there. Is it here? No. Interesting. No party hat. Could be Amanda's letter. Oh, let's see. Is that in one of the weird spawns? There are a couple of funky spawns in Maine. You could also have an upstairs one. It's spawn back here. There's spawn in this office over here. This one is pretty common. Not for the Hex specifically, but just for totems. Not here. Let's see. Ooh, it could be upstairs office, actually. Ooh, hey, local. I'm on the wrong side of the map if you can get save or pick up, if possible. Also, I just realized I heard what I thought was corrupt intervention earlier. Now I'm wondering if it was the Hex Totem. Okay, you know what? I actually can get pickup. Okay, there we go. Now their potential spawn is in here. Also, we have a lot of gens on this side of the map, considering we have the other side of the map. Have I mentioned today how rough this map is for crossing from one side to the other? I kind of want to... Here's the thing I'm afraid of. I am afraid of it being Amanda's letter. Oop. I think she just crouched, so I just got a little lag spike. Sorry, I was listening. So, when Pig uncrouches, there is a noise that she makes, and it's like a little puff of air. And it's the quickest. Then you hear the sound of her like knife unsheathing, but the first thing you hear is like a loud exhale, like huff outward through your nose. That's the noise she makes when she stands up. And that's your cue to get distance. Maybe? Actually, maybe it's in here. Oh, gosh, I'm not gonna lie, I actually just double-checked to make sure I was still hexed, because that has happened before where I didn't realize someone else already cleansed the totem. Oh wait, crap, where are you, local? Oh no, you're there. Well, I'm gonna get on a gen on this side of the map. Because this side of the map sucks. They're like, there's definitely a 3-gen. Luckily, we only have one in main. So Amanda's letter is the one that gives you wall hacks, while you're crouched. So it's, but it only gives you 2 bear traps. Here, let me heal you, please. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, well. Oh, you don't want me here right now. Oh, hi. I think I make this. Damn it. Oh, she actually did double back, but I thought she wasn't gonna. Oh, it is it? No, okay, she didn't find you, so it's probably not. Why? Thank you. Okay, definitely not Amanda's letter, because like I said, Amanda's letter limits you to 2 traps, and you can run another add-on that gives you 1 extra trap, but obviously she's now put on 4 traps, which means it can't be. Hey, that's most of the pain res is used. This feels like we're in a bad spot, but we're not in the worst spot because she's used 3 of her 4 pain reses, I believe. At least 2 of them for sure, but I think 3. I think most, if not all of her party hats are gone. I miss quick and quiet in a bottle. I wonder where that damn ruin is. Maybe I don't know all the charms on this map. I know some of them. Okay. He's been dropping every god ballot. Hey, if it keeps him up, you know. Here's the thing. This map honestly is one of the. It's almost, I don't know. I feel like it's not talked about often because there's definitely a Oh. Oh. Hold on. What am I trying to say? Okay, so she has last will. Okay, yeah, I know she's just gonna go for pick. Ooh, nice! I assume that was Nancy. Good job, Nancy. That might look like horrible movement, but it's not, because I have overcome. Well. Oh my gosh, over there, I see. I can't believe they haven't found Ruin yet. I don't remember the last time I had this much trouble finding a totem on this map in particular. I was gonna say, I just saw Nancy go, or the pig go through there, so I'm gonna go get save and heal with by any knowledge. I honestly wish the pig would chase me more, but the timing just hasn't been right. I guess invite her to chase me now. You gotta leave, local. Or I think you're gonna die. I'm gonna try to get away from this side of the map, because this is where all the gens are. That's the problem. Oh wait, we don't have... Oh gosh, well... Ah, that would have been so funny if it worked. I don't know if she realized that she hasn't hooked me yet. I think she was out waiting dead hard. Okay. I don't know if the team has realized that the 3-gen is on the other side of the map, because they keep coming to this side. Alternatively, they might just keep coming over here because, it's safer, which is, you know, fair. Oh, there's some good totems on this map. Yeah, but I pretty frequently run boon builds, so I tend to have a decent idea of most of the spawns. This must be one of those, like, niche ones that you're just, like, not gonna find too often. Unless he just found it, which would be funny. When he heals me, I will go try to send a gen on the other side of the map. Hopefully... Oh, crap. Yeah, this is one of those matches where originally it wasn't too bad, but I think the pig is just going to win the war of attrition at this point. Because we have very few pallets on this side. Luckily, we still have some pallets on the strong side, or the populated side of the map with regards to generators, but... Imagine they're not long for this world. Oh, no local. I wonder if they're also just, like, looking for the ruin. Imagine she got a bugged ruin spawn. That would actually be hilarious. Remember when they redid Haddonfield and you could get a house with no windows or doors, and if you did, it was just game over? Because, well, not literal game over, but you could just never cleanse that totem. Good times. GG's here, the pallet near the chair is there. Oh, well, GG's, Neko Femboy. I'll make sure to give you a pat on the back before I head out. And by head out, I mean head out, like, up to Spider Jesus. Hey, local, it's fine. Like, I understand that you're not saying anything, like, objectively bad, but I'd really rather us not speak negatively about our teammates, please. It's actually part of the official rules for us with things, so I'm actually gonna just delete the messages in a second. Even though they're not really bad, I just... You know... I ran back into her, that's so sad. Side note, can I just say thank God remote hooking is gone? It's not the worst thing, but like the fact that you were able to choose which hook you sent someone to, just even as killer, it felt so scummy just being able to yeet someone across. It's actually funny because until I played killer, I didn't realize that killers could choose the hook they sent you to. I just had assumed that it would automatically send you to the closest one. It was crazy. I'm glad they at least had the oversight to not make remote hooking basement possible, but, no. Oh, hey, someone found ruin. See, remember when I said sometimes I don't notice when a hex is gone? Well, the hex is gone. Unless they didn't re-nerf ruin so that when someone dies, it gets deactivated, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's still that's not in the game anymore. See, that's why I wanted to heal Nancy, because she could have made for this, but you don't know if she has it. And I wanted to make sure that if the pig did interrupt us, that only one of us. Let me try to rephrase that. If I heal her with made for this, we both can live. If she heals me and doesn't have made for this, we get a slug there, and Ace is injured. Hello there, Wolf. I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? I'm also wondering if maybe one of them had any means necessary. No, because that would have been reset. Okay. Oh my god, I didn't even know she had that add-on. That is so funny. Okay, it doesn't exist. Okay, so yeah, someone must have cleansed it then. Just woke up from a nap a little bit ago. Oh, I hope you had a good nap. Naps are lovely. Or at least they can be. Okay, ideal situation here is Nancy's able to stealth appropriately, get the unhook, and I'm able to finish the gen and avoid detection. If Nancy gets found, we're in more trouble. So this is one of the best, like, safest gens to work. That's why you kind of want to leave it for Death Hook gamers to work later game. Nice, okay, perfect. Oh my god, that is exactly what we needed to happen. Okay, crap. They're getting interrupted. Oh, well, goodbye, Ace. And hello, Ace Spot. Welcome to the game. You know, DC penalties are off. That's why, if anyone was wondering why everybody and their mother is DCing right now, it's because the penalties are off. I just want to get eyes on the pig. There she is. Now, Nancy, you need to have the chase of your life because I'm pastor cursing you. Well, what I was gonna say is because I'm now on the wrong side of the map to get saved, but... Let's see. I want to see if I can see where she is. 'Cause Let's see if I timed it right. As I mentioned before, I am known to have awful sense of timing in this game. Honestly, I probably shouldn't even go for the save. If she's missing skill checks, I'll let her die. I couldn't tell in time. Sorry, Nancy, you're trapped with me now. Okay. You want the heal. Good. Good, that means you probably wanted to play. She's here. That was the breath of air. Remember? I told you guys, that's the sign. Whoops. The one time I do it, she... Ah, GG's. Oh. Okay. Well. Honestly, the fact that we were at 2 gens left isn't too bad. There were definitely some decisions made this match, but, you know, we GG's and we go next, right? She's gonna have a Hope is Dope chase, and I am gonna go next. Also, guys, we have been. Oh my god, we've been live for. Oh my god, it's after 9 o'clock. When did that happen?
Perhaps I will write a song about this place.
Okay,
Not today.
guys, I gotta use the restroom, so I'm gonna just take like a quick 2-minute break or so. No, we're still. Oh yeah, no, we're going for at least a couple more, Javion. Don't worry. I just need to use the restroom though, or the little gamers room, as I tend to say, which is believe it or not, I was checking to see if we had been going live. Find your words, Marcus. I was checking to see if we had been live for at least an hour. I didn't realize it would have been a couple hours. So I'm just gonna take a really quick break because we aren't gonna go too much longer. We'll probably end around like between 9:30 to 10, somewhere in that bracket. It's currently 9:10. I'm just gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna just put up a BRB screen and run a 60-second ad because that's the only time I run ads. See you guys in a couple. Howdy, howdy, howdy. I've returned. Also, reading your comments, me engaging in a light bit of trolling. Imagine. Like behavior saying on the Reddit AMA yesterday that the kidnap tech at Windows and palettes as Kaneki was not a bug, and then had to immediately walk it back today and go, JK, we actually just meant that the kidnap tech in general, but its interaction at palettes and Windows is a bug, they basically said. Or rather, I think the way they phrased it was it's an unintended interaction. I loved the someone had posted a picture of their updated response, and someone just said behavior engages in a little bit of trolling, and someone replying with a troll face. It's so cursed to see a troll face in like the year of our Lord 2025, but I love it. Keep the kidnap tech. See, Moxie, it's not even the kidnap tech itself that is the problem. It's how it works at Windows and pallets. The fact that you can get, like, just downed from it. That's the problem right now. Do I want to bring a cringe syringe? Ugh. You know what? I changed my mind. Infinite Sprint Burst Sable, let's go. I am a simple woman. I'm also gonna bring Crutch Perk of Opportunity, because I now realize what time it is, which means... Oh, hey! I can take my sack words off now. Yay. Rest and Piss map offerings. Excuse me, Mama Marcus, if you heard that, but, I could... So that's one of those phrases that, I use in my head a lot, but I don't generally say, because, if you guys don't know, Mama Marcus absolutely hates that word, which is very funny, because I recently introduced her to the Go Piss Girl meme. I don't even remember what I'm saying now. Never mind. We're, like I said, post 9 PM Marcus can't be judged. Ugh. Wesker can down someone really well. Okay, but Wesker also can't hold you in place and down you, Beetles. Like, you have to acknowledge that there is a big difference there. You literally get stopped after you vault and can't move, and then he vaults the pallet, and then he hits you. Like, there is a very big difference there. You have to agree with that. I mean, like, literally earlier this session, I vaulted a window behind a Wesker, and do you know what happens if you manage to get to the other side of the window before Wesker's hit connects? He just kind of poofs himself on the window like he hit an invisible wall. That's what happens. Oh no, wait, Uriah, what's the Sable question mark exclamation point? I never know if someone's gonna love the Goth GF or hate the Goth GF. When you do it, you never get it. Gotten it once in the event. But like, I don't think it should be, it doesn't matter if it's not as easy as it was before. They behavior themselves have said it's an unintended interaction, and it's not supposed to be that way. Which, thank God they said that, because if they hadn't said that, I'd have thought they were taking crazy pills. Because it's crazy that he can do that. Do you know who can't do that? Legion. Do you know who's significantly weaker than Kaneki? Legion. Hey, it worked. Ooh, good hit. Success. Okay. Anyway. Ha! Rather go back to A3. Alas, this is a Goth GF safe zone. She was my second P100. Yui was my first, though. She is the OG waifu. It's funny because originally I was almost going to, I had loosely decided that Michaela was going to be my next P100 after Yui. And then they released, because she was the closest thing we had to a Goth GF beforehand. But then they released Sable. So now I like to say that we've got the Goth GF and the Goth GF's slightly less Goth GF. Kaneki can't down a pallet, then Wesker shouldn't. But, like, I disagree, because Wesker and Kaneki have two very different hits. Wesker doesn't have the sort of map traversal that Kaneki has. He doesn't lock you in place in the same way. He has to throw you, and if he misses, then you don't take damage. Like, Wesker has a lot of limitations that Kaneki doesn't have. You not want the heal, Nick? Got it. Again, I still don't want him nerfed to the ground, but he simply has too much in his kit and the ability to do too much in general. You're gonna hate me for this, dude. I'm so sorry. Yo! That was a 6 swing, Nemi. Good job. Still don't see the issue, but alright. Beetles, like, because their hits are very vastly different, therefore it makes sense for one to have things that the other doesn't have, and vice versa. There is no vice versa there, because it is just singular. Like, Kaneki can have things that Wesker doesn't have, and Wesker can have things that Kaneki doesn't have, and at the end of the day, what you're saying is basically like, oh, Trapper, if you ever disarm a trap against Trapper, you should instantly go down because Nurse is strong. Like, that's kind of what your argument sounds like. And it's like, but, okay, no one else can teleport through walls, so I can Nurse? Like, that's not the argument. The argument is that right now, Kaneki is has a lot going for him. He's... I don't know, I think we're just gonna forever disagree on this one, and yeah, why does stretch points seem like it takes longer? What? I'm sorry, Wolf, I'm not actually sure what you're asking. Apologies. I'm gonna spritz. You can traverse, use Pyramid Head's power, use dashes. Wait, who can use Pyramid Head's power? Are we talking about Dracula? Okay, yeah, there we are. Dracula should not have 3. Well, honestly, Beatles, there was a lot of debate when Dracula first came out about how he is certain killers, but just better in a lot of ways. Like, that was a pretty common debate. But no, he doesn't have Pyramid Head's power, because Pyramid Head goes through walls. Dracula can only shoot through gaps large enough for the slinger to shoot through. Similarly, Dracula Hellfire can go up hills and stairs, whereas Pyramid Head cannot. I would honestly, if anything, I would argue the spirit thing is closer. Oh, killers are fine. Flavor behind them, make them tolerable. See, but the problem with that is... I mean, yes, that's a thing, but I think what it comes down to is certain things should not be possible to do, because if they're possible, then people will do them. Not necessarily most people, but enough people. And that's where the devs balancing comes into play. Oh, be gone. Oh wow, we're at 1 gen left. You know, I guess it is Mother's Dwelling, huh? Here's why they don't want to give Pyramid Head the ability to use power upstairs. Honestly, my guess is that they just didn't code it that way, and now they don't know how to. That's unironically, that's my theory. They coded it because, and the reason that I think that is, they've talked about how their problems with Victor comes from the fact that this game was not designed with verticality in mind, and that's why they can't add a flying killer. And I think that in Unreal Engine 4, when they were making Pyramid Head, they just couldn't make it go upwards. They should be able to if Dracula can. But I imagine that would require fully recoding his power and totally changing the way that it works. which creates the potential for a bunch of bugs. So it might have just been one of those things where they went, okay, this can be a difference between the two. Yeah, exactly. The spaghetti code is Oh, I just realized Lori's on a different gen, Lamau. Speaking of maps that, needed balancing, this map is still absolutely busted against, like, at least 80% of colors. If you know how to run it well. Oh my god. Did someone get a save? Here's the thing, I don't wanna either. Okay. That's what I was waiting to see. I really don't want to leave this gate 99, but I'm going to. Because if you don't know, 99 gates kills a lot. About as often as not 99ing. Are you out, local? I was gonna say, am I gonna surprise Noed? Oh, sorry, I had to go. Good luck. Yeah, honestly, I give Behavior a lot of credit for, keeping this game as well organized as it is, considering. I mean, the game originally launched in, what, 2014? I want to say. I think that's around when I started following it. With a totally different company. Oh my god, it was a Nemesis gamer. Chad, based, love him. Nemesis. God, Haddonfield haunts you. Honest, okay, I have the hottest take of your life, Javion. I've had some pretty hot takes on this channel. I loved getting Haddonfield as Trapper when I first started playing this game. Now, keep in mind, I followed since the game first came out of beta, but I didn't start playing until the 5th anniversary. I loved Haddonfield Trapper, and Badham for that matter, because my favorite thing to do... Oh, you know what? Beatles, I kind of forgot that we just had the anniversary, but also I meant the beta as well. I'm pretty sure the anniversary counts for when it came out of beta. Or alpha, rather, even. Because I can remember watching, like, someone play the beta of this game. Because I believe it was only Trapper in beta. See, it wasn't even that, it wasn't even the fences. It was specifically... Oh, hello there, Earth Brigade. Thank you so much for the follow, gamer. I really appreciate that. I hope you're having a fabulous, fabulous Thursday. Oh, but no, the reason I loved Badham and Haddonfield as Trapper was because I would go to House of Pain, I would listen for a gen being worked. For some reason, survivors would very frequently double or triple up on House of Pain gen. I still don't know why. Now that I know how to play Survivor, I'm like, why did they do that so often? It's not like MMR was a thing. It was still rank based at that point. But I would just love, I would put a trap at the top of one set of stairs and then go down the other set, and I'd say 99% of the time someone would run directly into the trap at the top of the other stairs. It was just so chef's kiss. I love it. Trapper is the most satisfying killer to play for me, even though he's, like, so bad. He is my turn-off brain killer, because I don't care if I win, I just want to listen to my trap snapping across the map. Oh, great to see another P100 Sable. Hell yeah, we were actually, just talking about how she was, my second P100 after Yui. We love the Goth GF in this household. Good luck, have fun, gamer. I guess I'm kind of assuming that you're in this match and not last match, huh? Well, either way, good luck, have fun, because I assume even if you were in last match, you're probably going into another match soon. Also, guys, this stream is tagged No Thoughts Head Empty, because it's true. I'm a known haver of Goldfish Brain, and that Goldfish Brain ability takes over after 9 p.m. my time, and it's 9:30. So if my ability to string sentences together seems absolutely out of whack, that's because it is. And yeah, I was gonna say sorry, but honestly, I'm not. Sorry. Oh my god, I'm actually blind as a bat. I was gonna say, wait, there's no gen in... There's always a gen in one of these two spawns. Rare time, it was... I walked right past it, though, and I didn't see that. We're ignoring that. We're moving on. One time I had a Feng Min DC mid-pallet save. Like, I was actively throwing the pallet when she DC'd. Well, you know, I'm glad it's at least not more well-known. For those who don't know, here, I'll make it more well-known right now. Apparently, DC penalties have been off. So, if you've noticed an increase in people DCing, that's why. Tell me, Earth to Gabe, was that you? Were you that Sable? Are we gonna go into endgame and I'm gonna see that Sablebot is a P100? I'm gonna cry RL. And you don't want to see that. I'm gonna ugly cry your eyes. I've said it before because it's true. You can ask Mama Marcus. She will confirm, believe it or not. Pain res. Oh, not pain res. Interesting. Moments like these, I yearn for Bond. That wasn't you. Okay, it wasn't you. Good to know. That's so funny. Okay. Oh. Ooh, good. We don't have to see me cry tonight. Thank God. Oh. Oh, the funniest part of that, though, is still just the fact that, if Sable had just stuck around for literally 0.5 seconds, she would have gotten flashlight saved by the one, the only local. One of my favorite things to do as killers is the BM bots. Good luck, Sablebot. Nice. Okay, based. Cool. Cool guy, Freddy. Uh-oh, he's gonna catch me with Bloodlust. Wait, that's the one you break? Interesting. Okay. Good attempt. Huh. Anyway. Did you hear something about off the grid? I don't believe so, no. I don't know what I said, but, I don't believe it was that. Whew. Anyway, this guy must have... I was gonna say this guy must have amazing ping. I'm surprised. It's so strange how sometimes someone will have, like, 60 to 100 ping, and hits, won't connect. Oh, right, yeah, duh, what am I doing? Ugh, I'm the solo queue teammate. I'm the solo queue teammate. I say about a bot. I don't remember what I'm saying anymore. Wait, wait. Hold on. I have a theory in my head, and I want to know if I'm right at the end. If I'm right, I'll tell you, and if I'm wrong, I'll also tell you. But I'm saving my theory for the end to be happy. Hello, Sablebot. Goodbye, Sablebot. Hey, welcome back, Uriah. Came back to RPD again. Oops, all RPD. I'm about to be asleep is the problem. Nice. Two-man hit with Sablebot, perfect. That was actually amazing timing on Sablebot's part. Hope I remember my theory. It's just a theory. A game theory. And it's not the 80% theory. And if anyone hasn't heard the 80% theory before, it's my theory that 80% of clown players are freaks. Now, let me rephrase it. 80% of clowns that you encounter in this game are freaks. Now, listen, I am also a freak, but I'm a different kind of freak, okay? It also used to be the 90% theory before, okay? I'm actually giving clowns a lot of grace, because I've run into a lot of, like, decent/nice clowns lately, where I actually took 10% and gave it back to, like, the normie clowns. And the 80% theory states that, if a clown falls under the 80%, they will bring away to Mori you. They will have a Mori, and if they don't, they will have Devour Hope, and if they don't, they will have Rancor, and if they don't, they will have some other way. They're also more likely to WS you on the ground, throw bottles at your hook while camping from a distance. And again, I'm not saying toxic, I'm saying a freak, because it's not necessarily like, it's unpleasant, but it's like, you know, it's DVD, whatever. But there's just a particular energy, you know? Kind of freak, what does that mean? I mean that will call myself a freak about stuff as well. Well, it's like I'll call myself a loser. I guess a better way of putting it is when I say freak, I don't mean it super harsh. I mean it very lighthearted. Like, it has as little insult as you can have behind it. It's more snarky than insulting. That's why I clarify that, honestly. Because I feel like if I call someone a freak, like, people who use freak in casual conversation will know that I'm not being harsh. But if you're somebody who is, like, sensitive to the word, it can sound really, really mean. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, if I call someone a freak, I'm not insulting them for real. That was easy. Can't wait for him to teleport on top of me. Hey. And that's how you handle that. I'm hoping he teleports here because he assumes Claudette and I are both healing. Oh, I don't have enough. This is unfortunate. Oh, so close. Oh my god, Sablebot left. I didn't even realize until just now. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's why I pre-opened, actually, because of the Blood Warden add-on. Wait, where is that? Well. Don't ask me what just happened there. I can't explain it, really. Get ready to leave. Leave preemptively, local. It's gonna be Blood Warden. You know it. Leave, leave, leave. Well, did you make it? Okay. Nice. I hate bots. Ugh. I don't know. Like, it's just unfortunate, you know? Because bots, they suck to go against as killer because they aren't too smart. But then they suck to play with as survivor because they're so stupid. I don't know. Oh, also, I think they broke the bots because, fun fact, if you point and wave at the bots, they're supposed to do what you tell them to do. If you point at a gen, they're supposed to get on the gen. If you wave, they're supposed to heal. I tried to wave at a bot the other day and it left instead. I could not believe it. Or should I say, I could not believe it. Oh, it wasn't even Blood Warden Lamau. Oh well. Yeah, I know. Look, I had something similar happen recently where I was literally mid-pallet stun saving a Feng Min and she DC'd. I absolutely fucking lost it. Anyway, guys, we're gonna do one more and then I'm gonna call it a night. Ever since you had the song for Click Me. Yeah, I feel like people who have, like, it's like any sort of, like, insult where if you've, like, I'm gonna use the word reclaimed, even though I know that's generally more used with, specifically with regards to, like, slurs. I still think it's, like, a fair, like, way of describing the phenomenon. I feel like when people like reclaim insults and use them as like casual words or more lighthearted versions, it's very easy to forget that like other people are still gonna be like harshly affected by those words and such. Sorry, wait. Well, I saw 3 Feng Mins and my brain broke. It stun locked me. I don't know why. Should I join the Feng Gestapo? No, I'm gonna be Ace3. Let's do Ace3 for LG. Let's shut up. Shut up about the moon. Shut up about the moon. I guess shut up about the sun, not shut up about the moon. Me watching season 1 of Umbrella Academy and then never another season after that. You know what? Actually, let me put Made for This back on and Unbreakaboon. I changed my mind. We're Unbreakabooning for LG. Last second decision, I know. Me, I'm gonna do a build that I'm familiar with so I can loot comfortably. Also me, 5 seconds later. Neuron activation. That's a nasty champion of light value. Help you get crossbow distance multiple times. I feel like flashlights in general, like using them in chase, using them for saves, that is definitely like one of my weaker survivor areas that I would really like to try to get good at. And that was GITGUUD. Oh, I'm the asshole. Great. I'm the asshole who isn't contributing to the collective. Fun fact, I actually looked for party streamers and I didn't have any. And I only have like 5 cakes on A3 because the cake gen in this event was tragic. Yo, actually not a bad build for this map. I would have probably preferred the if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, the if it ain't broke, don't fix it build. Oh, what's the killer's ping? Yup, I heard. Oh my god, what is a server? Ugh. The reason I knew it was gonna be bad ping was because of the delayed load-in of the corrupt intervention. I only had a flashlight. See, this way maybe he'll chase me instead of snuffing the boon. That's the plan. And then someone can get a very, very quick heal on Fung. Wait, I actually think it's gonna work. Nice. Success. I'm trying. Where are we going, Fug? I'm gonna follow you. We heal in little chunks at a time. There we go. God, Susan, leave us alone. I don't want to buy your Girl Scout cookies. Stacked up 750 cakes. You're never gonna be broke again. Did you stack them across multiple, like, survivor/killers or all on one person? Because that was my tragedy, was that, or not tragedy, but, I don't know, it's just last year people were, like, posting pictures of thousands of cakes they were getting. I don't think I saw any more than, like, between 1,000 but under 2,000. It's not, I'm sure, like, some exist, but they definitely were few and far between compared to last year where they were pretty prevalent. Ooh, Grim, interesting. Okay, Fung's over there, so I'll stay here. Ooh, I just got like a little piece of hair in my mouth, excuse me. That was gross. Oh, he's outlier, you didn't match that. I'm sorry, Wolf, I'm a little bit lost. Apologies. Ooh, is that Deadlock? Ooh, I've got hair in my eyes. Ah! Ooh, I have to remember that I'm not on great ping right now. That was funny, actually. I liked his little nopers. God, I love Nemi. He's one of the funniest, like, and most emotive killers around. Whew. Oh, wiggle, wiggle. Oh, okay. Wasn't getting much in the blood web. Yeah, no, they nerfed cakes in the blood web. It's this year. It's one of the reasons why I'm like, you know what? We're gonna stop harping on it because I've probably like rambled about it word for word like 5 to 6 times, but it's over now. So hopefully next year they learn from their errors in judgment. Let's say. Outlier definition. No, I know what an outlier is. Well, if I'm saying I don't know what you're, like, saying is an outlier. Sorry. Didn't know they did that. Oh, yeah. So, well, okay, here's the thing, Javion. I don't think it was an intentional nerf. It was a... We've changed the rarity of the item nerf. So, like... They weren't trying to nerf it directly, it was like an indirect effect. Basically, last year you could get more than 1 cake per blood web as killer, and even as survivor rarely. Now you could only get a maximum of 1 type, like, event node, like, unique event node per blood web. So you can only ever get 1 cake and 1 flashlight, or only 1 cake. And as killer, that meant you were only ever getting 1 cake, period, because it was the only type of event node that you got. Want to play this with me, Nemi? I'll play this. I thought you were gonna tentacle. That's rude. In that case, whoop! Free throw look, I'm playing for money, baby! Have I mentioned how much I love circle healing in solo queue? It just gives such good info to your team. That was not what I was trying to do. I tried to vault the window. Rude. That was so rude. You've heard of accidentally jumping into a locker instead of vaulting. Now get ready for accidentally vaulting instead of vaulting. Oh, that was hilarious, actually. If only I had Resi. I actually think I could have made that if I had Resi. Everyone else played cake, so I played something else. Huh? Oh, wait, are you talking about, Hold on. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh. Well. That's the way things go. Sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. Sometimes you loop the Nemi, sometimes you're dead as hell. Or should I say, you're dead by daylight. Haha. Christo65, can I adopt you and nurture you into the best DVD player? I can... I'm not even close to the best DVD player gamer, but I can... Yes, welcome in, my child. You know what? Yes. I will make you stronger than I ever had the chance of being. We will make you the strongest gamer around. Though, not tonight, because this is actually our final game of the evening. And now we actually get to kick back and relax and watch Local finish things off. Congrats, Local. You're the streamer now. Enjoy. Imagine that from his POV. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Got it, the offerings, I see. Oh, I'm back to the from his POV, yeah. Oh, speaking of things that I've been, repeating myself on, like, 87 times in a row. Has anyone else noticed how funky, downs under pallets have been lately? Half the time I, like, try to throw a pallet and get downed, it seems like there's some sort of new validation system where it does that weird, like, jittery stutter to the ground. Ooh, I thought it was gonna be Noed. Where's Other Fung? There's Other Fung, nice. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, that happens. It's happened a good bit for me. It's one of those things where I still don't know how I feel about it. Because on the one hand, it's so annoying to drop a pallet and still get hit through it. On the other hand, it's so annoying to know that on your end you drop the pallet and you still get hit. So it's like, I don't know, it's weird. It's weird, especially because on some matches, like I was saying before, you might have really good ping and the killer might have presumably good ping according to this wrong button. Or rather, I forgot you can't hit escape and check ping while you're spectating. And my point is, there seems to be no rhyme or reason to what causes, that. Anyway. Ooh, he's coming. Let's see, how slippery is he? Too slippery. I repeat, too slippery. Alas. Oh well, GG's. Oh, GG's, gamers. And yeah, I'm gonna go full screen and do my little spiel. Because it is just about 10 o'clock, which means it's time for me to go to bed, and that means that we're gonna wrap things up relatively quickly tonight. First of all, guys, thank you so much for spending your Thursdays here. I really appreciate it. It was a wonderful post-anniversary stream. Tomorrow, I don't know what time I'll be on. I would like to be on a bit early. I just don't know. That's really just all it comes down to is I'll try to keep you guys posted in the Discord. Either way, you'll get the alerts if I go live earlier. Let me throw a little exclamation point, Discord into chat. Stay for 15 more hours. Nah. Though I will say, for those who don't know, my birthday is next Tuesday, and we're gonna be doing a birthday stream, an extra long stream. We're not playing DBD this year. Last year we did. This year, I am going to put together a short list of games that didn't do super well in the 1,000 follower poll. For those who missed it, we played Detroit Become Human. Absolute blast. The game is now living in my head rent-free. I love it. But yeah, and as of now, the games I'm thinking about throwing on there are Disco Elysium and Lost Records Bloom and Rage, which are two very, I was gonna say they're very different games, but they're both story-based games, probably with choices. Lost Records is by the people who did the original Life is Strange game, which has awful dialogue, but still has a very special place in my heart. Oh, thank you, Wolf. Oh, yeah, we got a pretty cool Discord community. I am definitely I was a Skype holdout. It's not even a joke. I still have Skype installed on this computer. I don't know if it works anymore, but I'm not the most active there, and I feel bad because I'll sometimes like look and I'll see things from months ago where I'm like, oh my god, that art is fabulous. I wish I had reacted to it a month ago when it was new. Yeah, we got a cool community there. And what ending did I get? Javion? I don't know how. Now, okay, I'm gonna be honest. For those who missed it, there were 2 moments. Technically, actually no, there were technically 3 moments that I save scummed during the playthrough. One was because I fucked up and got in my own head during the Tracy hunt in the Club Eden, and if I was playing by myself, I would have accepted that and moved on. But because I was streaming, I wanted to because of how I knew that I was missing a lot of the story, because I could just looking at the flowchart was obvious there was like a huge chunk. And the reason I screwed up was I got in my own head and started panicking and decided that I was going the wrong way, even though I wasn't. So I decided to reload that. Then, for those who don't know, Detroit Become Human. Oh, let me actually just answer your question. I somehow managed to get the best ending. I don't know how. And then you might be saying, well, obviously you got the best ending, Marcus, because you save scummed. No. The points where I save scummed were really not determining whether I got the best ending or not. Source, the Tracy's. The second time, yeah, I don't know how I kept everybody alive. I thought for sure we were losing people. I thought I was gonna lose people to skill checks, because for those who don't know this, I need to show you my hand placements on keyboards. This is how I play video games. Sorry, my ring is like all futzed up right now. I use F to sprint because I have little tiny baby hands and my pinky finger cannot comfortably go between shift and control. So I use F to sprint and C to crouch. So I thought for sure I was going to get Beatles is you're in company with JP on. See, the problem is I actually tried to unlearn it and fix my muscle memory, but it's broken. It's been permanently broken. It's the reason I can't moonwalk, because I can't move my pinky finger fast enough. So yeah, anytime you're watching me loop, just remember I have my pointer finger on F's in chat. But anyway, I thought for sure the Q and E skill checks were going to get somebody killed, 100%. I don't know how they didn't. Anyway, but yeah, I save scum there. Number 2, the game, if you don't know, originally a console game, which means made for controller. Most of the controls were actually really decent, which surprised me because I had seen people online saying, if you're gonna play it on PC, you're gonna have a bad time with both lag and controls. 99% of the game was perfect. Then I went into the kitchen at a Stratford Tower, whatever it was called, and I got a screwdriver in my hand. And I looked to the left, and I looked to the right, and I looked up, and I looked down, and I was able to call for Hank, and I was able to kick a chair, and then there was literally nothing else I could do. I looked as far as I could in every direction, and I couldn't do anything. And then I paused the game, and I was like, okay, what's going on? Is there something I'm missing? I had to pick my mouse up off my big-ass Razer mouse pad. That looked gross. It doesn't look as gross off camera. I had to pick it up 3 times across the entire span of it to look far enough to see the knife in my hand, or the screwdriver, or whatever it was. And that infuriated me to no end, because I couldn't, it was, Fun fact, I then, when I replayed it, it still took me 3 times to do, knowing that it was there. It was absurd. Anyway, that was my second save scum. And then, then I unsave scummed and decided to go see what was going on the roof. And then I literally said, I'm gonna keep you alive, Simon, and then I got Simon killed, which was very funny. And then when deciding what I wanted to do, officially, I decided to go with my original decision, replay through the kitchen scene, and then whatever outcome I got that time would be, my canon. Side note, very surprised I didn't then get to go to the rooftop and kill Simon again. I was very happy, because I liked Simon, and I did not want him to die, so that was happy. Happy accident. Number 3 example of save scumming is probably the biggest impact on the game itself, which was... You know that section when you're gonna go free the androids in the department store or whatever, and you're Marcus, and also Marcus, Connor was my favorite, Marcus was my boy, because, I mean, if you hear someone say your own name in game, of course. During that, when he's in a little area of the ground, a drone comes up, and North goes, Marcus, watch out! And I went to click hide, which was the D key, okay? I don't know how my dumbass monkey brain did this. I went to hit D, I hit W. Which, just so you know, W, not only did I have to take my ring finger off the S key to hit it, it was the only option I knew for sure had to be the wrong answer, which was look. So, I guess my dumbass brain infected Marcus's dumbass brain. We shared a brain cell in that moment, because I hit W to click look, and he just stood there like a dope going, oh, what's up, North? What's going on? So I save scummed. And then I got in my own head because I saw that outcome play out. And I'm like, wait, the drone's gonna be here too quickly. If I do click hide like I was going to do, it's gonna see me hide, so I have to get out of here. Which also had the same result. So then I'm like, damn it, I'm accepting my save scumming and doing it the way I was gonna do it the original time. And going forward, I'm gonna stop overthinking it, damn it. And that was my final example of save scumming. The rest was pure fear and panic, and I you got, oh no, you got Kara killed. How did you get Kara killed? She definitely felt like the one who would be easiest to get killed just based off the plot points of the game. Anyway, yeah, that was my Detroit Become Human experience. Ooh, I have to remember to save that actually and send it over to YouTube because I do want to edit it together to make a official thing. Oh, I died at the border. Which series of decisions did you end up making? Oh my god, side note, Beatles. You gave me shit for stealing those tickets like a little goblin gremlin. Turns out if I hadn't, I would have lost, hold on, timeout. Really quick, guys, while this is up, spoilers, like, decision-based spoilers in chat happening right now, so if you don't want to hear about Detroit Become Human spoilers, like endgame spoilers, wait till this goes away. I'm just giving you a second to mute. Okay. The way I was playing Kara was I will do whatever it takes to, like, Alice is priority number one. And the only time that, like, I won't do something for her is if it's, like, just killing someone. Like, just killing someone if they're not trying to kill us. That was basically the only thing I wasn't willing to do for Alice. Like, I was willing to steal from the convenience store, but I wasn't willing to rob them with a gun, is a good way of putting it. So when it came time and I found those tickets, I'm like, I'm taking it. I'm not gonna... They don't need them. They're human. And I was playing Marcus peacefully, which means that they're not really in danger from the androids. And I know that, but Kara doesn't know that, but I know that. Apparently, Beatles, if you don't take the tickets, someone from that group dies no matter what. So... I punched the air. I was so happy I decided to be a little gremlin thief, which is so not me in video games. I tend to be like that little person who's like, I'm gonna be a rogue, and then I'm just like, I don't want to be mean. So yeah. Anyway. Oh yeah, Wolf. Oh, I've never actually seen Saved by the Bell. Even the kid. No, so Beatles, you lose at least one of them. Now, I'm not saying that you lose all of them necessarily. I think you can lose all of them, but apparently the only way to keep all... Sorry. You know what? This is probably a good time to leave stream. Hi. It's the only way to keep all three of them alive. Yes, I believe you can lose her, yes. Unless I'm wrong, I'm like 99% sure that Kara can be the sole survivor of their group. Anyway. In fact, she could probably die at the very start if you lose Kara, because I know you can lose Kara, like, literally at the very start. Oh, you were playing Marcus aggressive. See, I wanted to go for the... Here's the thing. I was actually really worried that one thing I really liked about this game is, unlike a lot of other... First of all, unlike a lot of the other decision-based games, I love decision-based games. Supermassive games are some of my favorites. And I can appreciate them for what they are. This was the first decision-based game I've ever played where it actually felt like the story itself was changing around my actions as opposed to the ending was changing. And that's great. And I think one of the most interesting parts of it was the fact that most of the NPCs felt like they had their own internal lives that were separate from the characters they were presenting. Like, you couldn't manipulate them the way that I felt like you usually can manipulate video game characters. Like when because I was trying to get Hank, Hank called me a poodle at one point, and I decided, okay, you know what, I don't care anymore. We're officially playing Connor as the poodle. That is our new goal. He is poodle-fied. He is going to be the best damn poodle you've ever met. So I wanted to get on Hank's good side. But there were a couple times where I would choose the option that sounded like it would be like the best outcome early on, and I didn't get the reaction I was expecting to get from him. And that's what made me go, okay. Okay, so you can't this is interesting. It's not like a Fallout game where you click nice option, you get nice result. Okay, I'm kind of into that. It also helped that I bought him a drink. You're right, I didn't. Are these Telltale games? No. Different. Telltale is definitely part of the same or similar genre, but nah. These are Supermassive are the people that did Until Dawn, Casting of Frank Stone, the Dark Anthology series, House of Ashes. And oh my god, I'm blanking on his name. Who's the dude that does the Detroit and Beyond Two Souls and Heavy Rain? I'm blanking on his name right now. And also, Linda was not an old lady. That's rude. Dark Anthology is so good. No. Let me explain my history with Supermassive Games. Until Dawn is one of my favorite games of all time. Like, genuinely. She was not Beatles. She was a teenager in the 90s or 80s. What are you talking about? How is she pushing 80? Do you not know how to do math, my friend? She was like 40 something. Yeah, but Beatles, do math. If you are 20 years old in 1980, like, what year was, I forget, was it 84? If you are 20 in 1984, which I think she was younger, mind you, but let's age up, because I think she was supposed to be in high school. If you're 20 in 1984 and it's 2024, how old are you? Now, don't get me wrong, I was also wrong with my math, but wouldn't that make her like in her like 50s? Like, think about it. Like, the Beatles, just because someone has silver hair doesn't mean they're ancient. Have you really been thinking she's been like 80 this entire time? You think an 80-year-old, the average 80-year-old can run like she can? You know, that explains why you've been giving me so much shit. Makes sense now, makes sense. Honestly, understandable now. And Clementine was fab. But yes, Dark Anthology. Until Dawn. One of my favorite games of all time. Played the remake. Was pretty happy with I was happy with the remake. I wasn't the most happy. But I feel like they're both equal, honestly, because the remake, it has some of the new moments. It has that whole section with Emily and Matt. We are Emily lovers in this house. I'm sorry, you don't get a say. I love Emily. She is bae. She is best girl. She is also the worst girl, but she is the reason I played Until Dawn to begin with. Okay, I was an early Tumblr girly. I saw the Understand the Palm of My Hand bitch scene, and I said, I need to play this game. I don't know what it is, but I need to play this. That is iconic. I love her. And then we stand Emily, and that's where we're at. I don't remember where I'm going with this. I needed to sip for Emily for a second. See, Anyway. She walked really fast with her walker. But anyway, downsides of the remake. Hate what they did with Ashley when it comes to the whole Chris stuff. That aggravates me. It was one of my favorite parts of her character, the fact that she could be a nasty little bitch and lock him out. I loved that. That was iconic. I think it added so much, like, to her character. The fact that they then made her, like, accidentally do it is, like, boring. Can you tell that I like awful characters? Side note, I've grown to actually really like Gavin from Detroit. I hate him still, but he's now he's officially in the ranks of characters I love and hate. I love to hate. Perkins can go take a long walk off a short cliff though. Anyway, where was I? Dark Anthology. Downside of New Until Dawn as well, the soundtrack. I could not stand the soundtrack. It took me out of the game so much, especially considering how iconic the OG soundtrack is. It's so sad. But yeah, Dark Anthology, I never actually played Man of Medan. I watched people play it when it first came out, and I actually find it to be such an interesting game, and I'm so sad that it didn't get more love. Because it's a sort of game that you really only get the full picture of if you play it multiple times. And so few people are going to do that, which I get it. So it's why they changed the formula with the next one, I feel, but to make it less of that, they changed it from like 4 short stories that you have to play through to one longer story with fewer branches, it feels. But it is what it is. I never played Little Hope, but I do know the story of it, which is why I haven't played it. Because the story is interesting, but it's once you know it, it's like it's what it is. House of Ashes and The Devil in Me, I knew nothing about because I was pretty deep into college when they came out, if I remember correctly. Whereas the first one, I think the first one came out either my freshman year of college or like my senior year of high school. So I played House of Ashes last year, actually, after the Until Dawn remake came out, or after Frank Stone, one or the other. Oh my god, I could not stop it. Immediate hyperfixation, first of all. I'm so sad that the fandom like isn't larger. In fact, I'm trying to transfer all of my like House of Ashes love into Detroit Become Human because Detroit has such an unexpectedly large fan base. And when I say unexpectedly large, I knew it was a big fan base because I heard a lot of like love for it when it first came out and throughout the years to where I knew there must still be a good following. I was very pleasantly surprised to see how large it was, so that was nice. But House of Ashes, amazing game. I love it. I actually really wanted to replay it with Curator's Cut. There we go. But I never got around to it. Maybe we'll do that this year for Halloween, actually. Or at least like the month of Halloween. And yes, I know I said the month of Halloween. It was intentional. On the first day of Halloween, the entity gave to me Michael Myers staring from a tree. How would I rank them worst to best? Okay, so based off what I know about them, again, okay. I'm gonna be honest. I can't rank Man of Medan, Little Hope, and Devil in Me are all slightly different than the other 4 or 3 because the others I played myself. Those guys I've only watched. And side note, I have watched The Devil in Me at this point. I used to not know anything about it, and then when we didn't wind up playing it, honestly, it just didn't go on sale for enough for me. And then it wasn't a Halloween month anymore, and I'm like, yeah, maybe we'll play this again. And then we didn't, and then DBD kept coming out with all these events, and then I gave in and watched a playthrough. I think I have such a hard time ranking them. I think I have to put Man of Medan and Little Hope personally tied for the bot. You know what? No, I'll put Little Hope under Man of Medan because I think Man of Medan has some really interesting game mechanics, especially in co-op mode. Oh my god, I'm not gonna spoil anything because it has such a cool game mechanic and I love it. If you know what I'm talking about with where if you know, let's put it this way, the fighting sequences when you're fighting the things that are after you. I love that. I think that is such a clever thing to do, especially when you're playing simultaneously with somebody. That, to me, it puts it above, yeah, I love that mechanic. And actually, playing Detroit reminded me of that mechanic when I kept switching between, like, Marcus and Connor during their final confrontation. I was thinking to myself, oh my god, I always say that Until Dawn did what Heavy Rain tried to do, especially with regards to concealing the motivations of one of the player characters. Let's put it that way. If you know the plots of Heavy Rain and Until Dawn, you know the 2 connections I'm making, the 2 character connections I'm making. So I used to say that Until Dawn did what Heavy Rain tried to do, but better. To me, Detroit Become Human did what Man of Medan tried to do, but better. It did the longer story with real branches. It did that sort of thing of playing the different characters where what you do as one character might impact how another character is going to treat you, even though you are playing both those characters, which would make it really cool if you could like multiplayer Detroit. That would be crazy. But anyway, so yeah, Little Hope, Man of Medan. Honestly, this might be a hot take. For me, Man of Medan and Devil in Me are kind of close. Like, for me, I like the game mechanics in Man of Medan more, and Little Hope, or excuse me, not Little Hope. Devil in Me was kind of very walking simulator with boring puzzles, but it had a better, more in-depth story with an interesting mystery. But both endings were kind of rushed / fell flat / felt kind of weird and not unsatisfying, but just also not actively satisfying. So I kind of feel like they're similar levels for me. It could go either one depending on like whether I'm putting more emphasis in the story, the characters. Oh, also, it had an actor that I absolutely love. I can never remember if it was Aaron or Sean Ashmore that was in Man of Medan, but I whichever one it was, I like both of the actors. I think it was Aaron who played Jinx on Warehouse 13, which was an old Sci-Fi Channel show, which is fabulous. 10 out of 10. We used to go to their Comic-Con panels. I still know for a fact that those actors were so pissy at the writer for getting the characters together in the end, because the actress that played Mike, sorry, this is such a side tangent that if you don't know this show, this is absolute nonsense. I'm gonna not even get into it. Anyway. To recap, Little Hope, Man of Medan, and Devil in Me. This is gonna be... Okay. Similarly, up next comes The Quarry and Casting of Frank Stone. I know people did not like Casting of Frank Stone. I loved Casting of Frank Stone. I loved the characters. The plot was super rushed, especially certain aspects, but it was such an interesting, like, there were so many interesting details. I enjoyed so many aspects, all the little bit of lore that was thrown in. It felt like such a love letter to DBD in the same way that the Dark Anthology series to me is a love letter to the horror genre. Man of Medan is the you're being hunted by something. Little Hope, you have psychological thriller. House of Ashes, you have action horror, and then you have the Saw style Devil in Me. I love that. I love how, and Until Dawn was the OG love letter to the horror genre. I love it so much. You can tell how much like there are actual people behind there you just know have to be passionate about the horror genre. And that's one of the things that if you pick up on those, it makes it so much easier to view the positives of the game to me, because you can, once you see the effort that goes into it, it's so much easier to overlook like where they couldn't tie a tight knot, you know? And for me, Casting of Frank Stone showcases, you see a lot of where those knots were broken and not tied properly, but the skeleton of the piece was solid enough that I actually would put it above those other games. Again, with the context that I didn't play the other games myself, so it's easier to get attached to the world when you're actually playing it. Okay, so like there is that addendum. If I had played the other games blind myself, I might think differently. So anyway, Frank Stone, great characters, very interesting world building, but also very rushed ending. Honestly, it's if it's on sale, I would say it's worth getting and playing if you like Supermassive games. If you like the style of Supermassive games, if you like Man of Medan, you like Frank Stone. Let's put it that way. Like, in my opinion. It's and you can I enjoyed the hell out of it. The characters are fun. That's the big thing. And that's one of the things with Supermassive games that they generally do pretty well, are make fun characters. At least characters that I find fun. Speaking of which, The Quarry is tied with Frank Stone, a similarly rushed game due to COVID. I haven't heard of these games, Wolfia. These are they're they're supermassive games. If you it's a company. They're, like I said, they're the ones who partnered with Behavior to make the Casting of Frank Stone, which is the DVD story-based game that came out this past October. I played a few of them on the channel last October as well. Saw the reviews and they're good. Really, I feel like most people who like it, at least in the I think most people in the DBD community who played Frank Stone were very disappointed. I'm so sad that we're not getting the Frank Stone killer and we're just getting him as a skin for Trapper, especially when they said they weren't going to do that. I'm so disappointed. But because that also means we're probably not getting the survivors. The Quarry. The Quarry dropped the ball so hard in the last third. Fun setup, but long setup. But okay, that's acceptable. Until Dawn had a pretty long setup too. Interesting middle, starting to gain momentum. Then Chapter 7 hits an exposition. And it's like, okay, interesting exposition. And then the plot just never picks back up. It's like we kind of get paused, and rather than going at like full speed, we're at 50% speed for the rest of the way. And yet, despite being at 50% speed for the rest of the way, we somehow get to the end twice as fast. And it's just, it's very much the gaming equivalent of they had us in the first half, not gonna lie. If the second half had been if the first half had been as bad as the second half, and the second half had been as good as the first half, it would be a much better received game to me. If it had ended well. If the setup had been kind of like cheesy and rushed and not fabulous, but they stuck the landing, fine, easy, perfect. But they did it in the wrong order. The wrong parts got rushed, and it was unfortunate. Also, but I liked it overall. I thought it was a pretty cohesive story, and I can recognize that a lot of the issues come from the fact that it got COVIDified. Next, House of Ashes. I mean, what can I say? I no, Wolf, I didn't know about the Tremors game, but I'm not really familiar with the Tremors world. First of all, much like Detroit Become Human, could not believe I got everyone out. I was so thrilled, especially because during the final sequence, which that was horrifying, I missed my first skill check playing as Rachel. I paused and I went, please don't die because of one skill check. Please don't die because of one skill. I missed one skill check. Please don't die because I missed one skill check. Please don't die because I missed one skill check. I could not have said the words faster. Then I locked in and went back to playing, and managed to hit the next 2 skill checks, luckily. It was such a good game. I enjoyed the hell out of it. Every single character I enjoyed. Some of them had their moments where I'm like, bro, shut up, stop it, knock it off. But overall, I really liked everyone. I had a Jason and Celine were great. That was and after discovering like the community afterwards, I discovered that is not an uncommon feeling, unsurprisingly. But yeah, all the characters I enjoyed, even the ones that were sometimes a little bit like, okay. Oh, of course the love triangle was like, guys, why are we arguing about this? I couldn't believe when one of them said, no, Rach, now we have to talk about this now. I'm like, bro, one of you might die and this conversation isn't gonna matter. Do you really want her to choose the other guy and then have him die? Like, then there's no way that she can pretend that she wanted to choose you. Seriously, bozo? Like, genuinely, maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like that would have been the logical way to deal with it at that point if you already know she's, like, doing what she be doing. Also, I'm totally out of focus now. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, good enough. Sometimes if I block my mic, it will focus easier. There we go. Lives are on the line. Oh. Though I will say, I afterwards, because I started researching like all the different routes and stuff and like the subtly different dialogue options and also the curator's cut dialogue options. I cannot believe how close to disaster I came with a few different like aspects. I think I was like scary close to having Eric let Nick die. Oh, though you know what? Nick had a super badass scene. I decided to play okay. What usually happens with these games is I like loosely try to role play, but then I end up kind of metagaming by the end because that's when the decisions really start to matter, you know? Like at the beginning, I like to role play and kind of like pick the character I'm playing, and then I want to actually like play the game the rest of the way for the ending. I decided that Jason was going to be a little edgelord. I forget why. He made some comment early on. I'm like, edgelord. um And so when I was chatting with Nick in one area, I'm like, and he's like, I'm so glad you're here for me, brother. I'm like, nah, man, you shouldn't be relying on me. You gotta hold your own. Get 'em. Kick them when they're down. I just decided to be like a little serious guy. I apparently I had a really cool scene with Nick later that I didn't realize was only accessible because of that dialogue tree. I got to stab the ancient one with his own spear. It was badass as hell. I absolutely loved it. Um I don't remember. There were a couple other things that I had like flip flop between and. Ugh. Oh yeah, the birds at the beginning, having to decide whether we wanted air support. I couldn't believe that that was the determining factor on whether Salim got home to his son or not. That was crazy. Um. Okay, choose fun. Consider my different. No social needs. Okay, interesting. Sounds like a fun world. Did I kill the guys in the beginning? The two pharaohs. Oh, like, do you mean which, because one of them always dies and one of them becomes the ancient one, if that's what you mean. Oh yeah, I got the wrong, I missed one skill check at the beginning, so the other guy that usually doesn't show up towards the end, I got the other one that you usually don't get. Most people hit all those skill checks. I flubbed a skill check with the guy who usually lives, so he was the one who did not become the ancient one. I got the other dude. So that was kind of cool. Yeah. You and your friend killed each other? Oh, no, I didn't. No, I had them work together. I had them work together and just missed a skill check by accident. Oh. I usually with that sort of game, like for the it's well specifically with supermassive games when the beginning doesn't matter really. I tend to just kind of pick the options that are the kind of like that's what I'm looking for. The options that are usually going to be more popular, or let me rephrase that. I'm kind of a basic. I'm basic. I tend to choose just options that are the average person picks in a lot of situations. Safest isn't the right word because it's like it's not that I'm trying to play it safe. It's that the options that most people pick are the options that appeal to me. Like, if a different option appealed to me, I would pick it. But I just tend to want to pick the ones that other people also want to pick. I'm not picking it because it's a good option. I'm picking it because I like the option. And it happens that the options I tend to like tend to be the more common ones. I guess another way of putting it is I'm sure that most people when they play Detroit for the first time tend to play Marcus peacefully. Not like a vast majority, but I'd say if I had to guess, I would say the average person tends to play peacefully. I also played peacefully. I'm just saying I tend to fall into the average, I guess. So with that sort of thing, it's like, I'm like, yeah, let's work together. Let's see what happens. You know, buddy, friend, palo, even though it probably doesn't make much sense in universe, this is a game. Oh, House of Ashes, my love. Oh gosh. Oh yeah, I can't remember. I I'm trying to remember if I dropped Rachel as Eric. Because that was an interesting decision, actually, because if I was playing pragmatically slash practically, I probably would have cut her. But I'm pretty sure when I actually played, I didn't. And oh, that's right. Okay, no, I do remember now because I didn't cut because at that point I had oh my god, this sounds familiar. I said that I played Connor as a poodle. I decided that Eric was going to be the best damn golden retriever you ever met. I forget why. I think it was the fact that this what was he? I think he was a lieutenant colonel. This lieutenant colonel shows up and you have the option to apologize for arriving too early. That just cracked me up. Like, what? So I just decided he was going to be a golden retriever character, so he was not going to drop his waifu. But I had played Jason pragmatically earlier with Merwin, and I had left him behind, which I felt so guilty about. But yeah. So no, I had the option. I did have the option. The dropping is curator's cut is when you play as Rachel. As Rachel, you get to cut the rope, and Eric can cut the rope as on his own. But in normal game mode, you play as Eric and get to choose. Yeah. Like I said, I got super into this game for like a couple months. I watched so many cutscenes on YouTube. I watched a lot of cutscenes. I was so interested to just see the slight variance in different dialogue options. Side note, one of the coolest like variances is when Selim and Jason run into each other after the oh yeah, that was another cool one. The survive the horde or whatever the task was, when that shows up, like survive the assault or survive the attack, like actual chills. So when those two like reconvene, I wanted to see every like different interaction they could have. And that was kind of fun because I did not know that Jason could end up with Selim's gun. He can take it forcefully. He can also just ask for it and Selim will give it to him. It's cool. So House of Ashes had a lot of small variances that I also just really liked in that sense. It kind of felt like there were more little branches. Like, the overall branches were pretty straightforward, but there were a lot of, like, little differences you could have. So that was nice. First time I saw Tremors as a kid, loved it, was between 96, 98, saw USA went work, was locked in. Fun movies. That's... it's a movie that I've heard of, I've just never seen it. Okay, yeah, like, when I somehow got the golden ending, I was so thrilled because I think I would have been more upset if any of those characters died than I would have been if the characters in Detroit Become Human died. First of all, I'm gonna be honest, the fact that I was playing on mouse and keyboard was a huge benefit because sorry, I got my mouse stuck. If you didn't know, for those who don't know, the skill checks in that game were dog shit easy. I'm sorry. They were left click, right click. There were no buttons. It was only left clicking and right clicking. So I had a much easier time than I would have if I was using controller. So I will say that was a big freebie for me. But yeah. Played on controller, remember messing up the heartbeats. Okay, I'll be honest, I think the heartbeats, having played DBD for years, helped me so much with that. Like, I am pretty good at skill checks. If anything, I had a harder time with the, fun fact, in Castlevania Frankstone, you have to work on generators, and you get generator skill checks. Except, unlike in Dead by Daylight, there's a weird lag when they show up, and, like, when you press spacebar. Actually, holy shit, I just realized. You know how Kaneki feels when you get grabbed, and then the hit comes in afterwards, but you, for all intents and purposes, already been hit? That's how those skill checks felt. Like, they would show up, you'd hit spacebar, it wouldn't look like it registered, but it did, and you would be fine as long as you had hit it properly. But you would think that it was lagging, even though it wasn't. Fun fact. But yeah, no, the heartbeats, I don't think I breathed during that section with Nick. And when I read that if you missed one skill check, he died there, my jaw dropped. I couldn't believe that if I had missed a skill check there, I would have lost him. Considering I missed the skill check with Rachel in the end game and didn't lose her. That was shocking. But yeah, I had just so I think the biggest decision that I almost came close to not getting the golden ending with was if I hadn't left Merwin, I would have lost Eric. And if I had lost Eric, I wouldn't have gotten the I would have had to because Rachel did get parasited. She got ye old parasite. Oh, I shot Clarice. I shot her the second time I had the opportunity. I brought her with me. I didn't shoot her the first time, but the second time she was super messed up. She was turning gray. There was doing nothing. So I shot her again. Congrats, Eric. You're welcome. I just realized the only reason Eric lived was because I let Merwin die and kill Clarice. But you know, they die anyway. So should I really feel bad? No. I think she got back together with Eric. Oh yeah, and at the very beginning, when they were like, "Hey, can we use the white boss?" No, that's not true. Excuse me. I got it backwards. What happened was they were like, "Hey, should we bring in air support?" And I got in my own head. I was like, is there any reason to say no to air support? What if we bring air support and then we're found? We don't want more birds in the air. We don't want to be spotted. No air support. And then Nick's like, ugh, Eric. So I'm like, okay, fine. We can be war criminals and use white phosphor. Or whatever it is. So that was a decision on my part. I was like, because I said no birds, and literally I got that everybody disliked that. Like from Fallout 4, everyone disliked that. I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it would be that big a deal. But turns out Salim wouldn't have gotten to go home with his son if I hadn't done that. So, you know, Eric, yeah, maybe it was worth killing 2 people for you to live, considering you saved Best Boy. Oh my god, and then of course I almost got Jace. I was not expecting this. Oh no. I was a little coward baby when we were playing as Jason and Salim in the structure, and you have the opportunity to poke the statue. I think I would have missed that skill check. I do not think I would have seen it coming. I think I would have poked it, panicked, and missed it, and would have gotten Jason infected, and then had that bad end. Instead, I backed away like a little baby, and then I went to try to retouch it because I'm like, okay, well, let me see. And then I couldn't interact with it again. And I was disappointed at first, and then I looked up what would happen if you interact with it, and discovered that you have to hit a skill check real quick. Anyway. And of course, number 1 is Until Dawn. Like, I'm sorry. OG Until Dawn. Remake Until Dawn, I appreciate it for the updated graphics, the additional scenes, but changes to the intro were kind of annoying because they tried to make Mike look like more of like I'm a nice guy, and that just kind of annoyed me because Mike's a douchebag. He's a douchebag. He's the lovable douchebag, but he's a douchebag. Like, it's part of his character. They're supposed to be horror movie archetypes. He's an archetype. But they're also supposed to be subversions of the archetype, because yeah, he's the kind of the douchey guy that people like, but then he reveals himself to actually be like a stand-up guy when push comes to shove, and that's kind of like the entire point of his character to me. Like, so by trying to make him nicer at the start, it removes that classic, oh, you have a bunch of these unlikable teens that you can't wait to watch get killed. Like, it removes the point of his character to me, of what they're trying to do. So that was a little buggy. I didn't have too many issues with the totems. What I did have issues with were if you mean the game in general, yeah. let's put it this way. You know when Emily wakes up upside down, hanging from the fire tower? Nothing of her loaded in. And if I remember correctly, first her hair loaded in, then like her leg. Pieces of her loaded in at a time, but the dialogue was already going. I also played like day one, so it's partly my fault in that sense, but you know, do a better job, guys. Don't launch a game that buggy. Come on. But yeah, I don't know. I would still recommend that people play the original game and watch the additional content, because the original game, it has better soundtrack, which is, I'm gonna be real, it literally brings the remake down an entire like letter tier because of the soundtrack changes. The minor character changes are kind of like take them or leave them. Some people I'm sure will like the new versions of the characters more. Others like the older versions, but at the end of the day, the changes are very minimal. They basically just try to make Ashley even nicer, which is weird because she's already like the uwu character of the game. And try to make Mike more sympathetic. And for some reason, they try to make Jess and Emily even less sympathetic, which is like, guys, come on. I'm already fighting for my life in the Jess and Emily defense squad. Come on, don't make this harder for me. But yeah, I love Until Dawn. Sounds good, Wolf. I'm gonna be honest, I'm really not super interested, and I'm not a big, these days my main media is really just like, video games and video game adjacent stuff. It's pretty difficult to get me to watch like a show or a movie. Like, I think the only, show that I've watched in the last, not that many. I don't know, I don't tend to watch too much stuff these days. Now what I do is read Wikipedia summaries a lot. Every now and then I'll reread like an entire series Wikipedia summary. Friend who plays said there's an Easter egg at the end hinting towards a new game they're making. Honestly, okay, so I don't know if they're actually going to go through with the new game. I really hope they do. I would, if you have, I assume you played the game before, right? Like, I definitely recommend watching the ending content, because there are actually 2 scenes at the end that weren't in the original. One that apparently people were actually, do you know the 2, the Easter egg is it's a Hayden Panettiere scene, which is fun, and it does give like a very interesting little like teaser. I think teaser is a really good way of putting it. But there's also another scene you can get. There's basically an additional ending, so to say, for a character. And this is one of those things where if you know, you know, but I also don't want to spoil it if you don't know. So I don't even want to say the character's name. But there's a particular character who can kind of have a very different outcome that was available in the original one. No, it's fine, Wolf. I'm just, I also just don't want to, like, say, oh yeah, I'll definitely check it out, and then, like, not, you know, like, I try to be, honest about stuff. Hello, Intrinsic, how goes? Can't explain how refreshing it feels to just get on Twitch after a long day without having to prove you're you. Oh, well, I will say, Intrinsic, you actually, first of all, I'm happy that your new browser is working out for you. That's good to hear. You have arrived just as we are wrapping up. Actually, we've been wrapping up for a while. I've been yapping about, Supermassive Games. Just finished talking about House of Ashes and currently talking about Until Dawn. Oh, okay, you haven't played it? Okay. Then I'm not going to say anything. But what I said before still stands. I would recommend playing the older version and watching the new cutscenes after the fact. It is so good. It is so good, and the soundtrack for me is worth it. Because I used to not know where I fell on which one to recommend, but I finally decided that without the soundtrack, it's such a soundtrack should enhance the story. It should pull you further into it to where you don't actively notice it. In fact, unless the song is like a pop song that you like recognize, or you're just suddenly tuning into, oh, this is good music. Like, for example, when I was playing Detroit, I every now and then would suddenly notice the music and be like, oh my god, the soundtrack is so good. That was the first Until Dawn. The remake, every time, like, half the songs immediately pulled me out of the store. I'm like, what is this song? Why are they playing this now? What? It was just bad. Like, it was bad song choices. It wasn't even like mediocre. Some of them were actively bad choices. Now could be partially, I won't lie, like, no, actually, I was gonna say it could just be the fact that I played the game before, but I hadn't played that game in like years when I played the remake. It would immediately pull me out when certain scenes would like have a different set, like particular songs. It's like, this does not fit this vibe at all. Like, you would have a creepy moment where you would expect kind of like strings or like maybe a low thrum to build suspense, to kind of bring forth that anxiety feeling, that what's happening, are we gonna do this, oh my god. And instead it was like do 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 do. Like, that wasn't the tune, but that was the sort of energy. It was more like a like that. You get what I mean? I sorry, this is how I communicate. It's why I talk with my hands. It's why I use emotes like when I'm typing. It's my way of showing inflection. When words can be found. That sentence was supposed to be more butchered, but it somehow ended up sounding clearer than I meant for it to. Oh, hey, if there's one thing I'm good at, it's procrastinating. Procrastinators gather! When? Tomorrow! I'm glad you can make it. Hi, Beatles. But yeah, anyway, point is, original game I think comes out on top. Characters were better. Let me rephrase that. I liked the characters better because they were a little bit harsher, a little bit rough around the edges. Not the nice characters. A couple of the nicer characters were a little rough around the edges, and I think that makes them more fun rather than like, oh, here's the super nice, straightforward. Oh, yep, plucky. She's cute. She's got her little beanie on. Side note, I like Ashley. She was actually my most doodled character of all the characters because I didn't have to draw the top of her head. I just had to draw a little beanie. But Jess was number 2. But she's kind of milk toast, you know? Like, she's anyway. The point is, she had more interesting characteristics in the original version to me. And I like that. I like when characters are a little bit more multifaceted because it also allows for the meaner characters to seem a little bit nicer in some ways, because it's like, okay, everyone in this group is a little like rough around the edges, so you see why they are a group of friends, rather than when you have like the mean kids and the nice kids. Like, why are they hanging out together if they just hate each other? Why are they friends? Because they're supposed to be friends. Anyway, Until Dawn is great. I think it's Supermassive's best game. It is like a longer version of House of Ashes in the sense that House of Ashes felt like a complete story with complete character arcs. And Until Dawn for me does that as well. And it is the ultimate love letter to the horror genre of the games they have put out. Because like I said, each of the other ones have their aspects. Until Dawn for me, that crew wanted to make horror movies the game, and they did an excellent job. Is the older version on Steam or PlayStation? I know it's on PlayStation. I don't think it ever got ported to PC, unfortunately. So that is, of course, the downside. I'm actually gonna just check real quick. Yeah, only the remake is on Steam. So, I will say though, the remake has mods. So there's a real chance that somebody has I would be shocked if nobody modded the original soundtrack. Like, that was a very, very, very common criticism of the remake, was the fact that they went with a new soundtrack. So if there's no mod for that, I'd be shocked. Because all of the other aspects are kind of like I said, you could take them or leave them. They're very niche things that don't matter to the story. They just matter to little obsessive literary nerds who like to analyze things. So it's not going to affect your enjoyment of the story. They are interesting though. I'd say get it on sale though for sure because it's $60 base game. The remake, not the original. I don't know what the original is. I love Until Dawn. Okay. On that note, guys, now that Javion, I'm glad you were here. I will always take an opportunity to yap excessively about the things that I have spent way too much time like analyzing and thinking about and reading about and watching, aka my hyperfixations. Of which Until Dawn was one, and House of Ashes was one, and Stargate Atlantis is always going to be one. Every couple years I will rewatch that series. In fact, I'll probably rewatch it this year. Stargate Atlantis. Now that one I could talk about for a long time. Oh my god, actually, does anyone here know Stargate Atlantis? And does anyone, Javion, do you know Stargate Atlantis? Because if the answer is yes, I have one other thing to yap about before I end. Oh, well, thank you for hanging out, Beatles. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest. I really hope you get some sleep. Wait, what tourney tomorrow? Also, I need to blow my nose, excuse me. Ah, there we go. And everybody who was hanging out tonight, thank you so much. I'm just waiting to know about the Stargate Atlantis answer. Because I have oh, you don't know? Unfortunate. There's a... Okay, I'm gonna explain it to you really quick then. I'm also gonna... Real quick, guys. Spoiler. You know what? Let me wrap up and then I'm gonna talk about this because this has spoilers for House of Ashes, actually. So, thank you guys for hanging out. I'm gonna be talking spoilers for House of Ashes again, but like a bit more in-depth spoilers. So if you don't want to be spoiled, now is the time to leave. I really, really appreciate you guys spending your Thursday nights here. And I will see you around. Okay. House of Ashes. The more I thought about... So Stargate Atlantis is... I'm just going to give you the long story short. There are these wormholes, like metal portals that can create wormholes that can connect to each other. That an ancient race of aliens who were the ancestors of the human race built throughout the galaxy. And there are a couple different TV shows, all in the Stargate universe. The longest running one was Stargate SG-1. It started airing in 97 and ran for 10 seasons. That took place fully in the Milky Way galaxy. I believe 7 seasons into that show, they got a spin-off called Stargate Atlantis. And Stargate Atlantis referred to the lost city of Atlantis, which was a city of the ancients, the ancestors. And they found it located not within the Milky Way galaxy, but within a neighboring galaxy, the Pegasus galaxy. And so it's basically a mission where a group of, I believe it's about 300, primarily scientists, Air Force, Marines, and then people from some other countries as well, because it's an international project, go to that galaxy. And it's a one-way trip unless they find a way back, basically, because they don't currently have ships that are able to go from galaxy to galaxy, and they don't have power to guarantee a two-way trip, basically. So that's the premise of the show. When they're in the other galaxy, they encounter an alien race. An alien race of space vampires. And all throughout playing House of Ashes, I could not help but constantly think about Stargate Atlantis with your marine... It's one of those where if I had a nickel for every time I got hyper fixated on a piece of media about space vampires where most of the characters were US Marines and US Air Force, I would have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot of nickels, but it is weird that it happened twice. It gets different type of space vampires though, but horrifying space vampires. Fun fact, they're actually called the Wraith. And I regularly refer to Tori as a Wraith worshiper because she looks like characters that would worship the species of the Wraith in this universe. But then I realized that when I say Wraith worshiper, it sounds like I'm just talking about the Wraith, the Dead by Daylight killer. But what makes it even more funny is that the Tori in Stargate are literally what people from Earth are called. Humans from the Milky Way galaxy are called the Tori. And I hadn't actually remembered that at the time I started calling her Wraith worshiper. And when I suddenly remembered that, I cracked up. Except I believe it's spelled like that or something. It's something like that. I forget the exact spelling, but anyway. Anyway, House of Ashes, Stargate Atlantis. It was just funny accidental parallels between the two, especially because there's another species of aliens that are parasitic little worm things, and it really just makes I am 100% convinced that somebody behind House of Ashes is a Stargate fan, and whether consciously or subconsciously put a lot of Stargate-esque stuff in there. Again, I don't think it was necessarily like an intentional thing. I think it was like an accidental, like, a memory pull. You know what I mean? It's just like there's are a few too many things that are so similar that I'm like, and again, that show it started airing in 2004. It's an older show. It's not it's a sort of show that if you just watched a couple times, you could forget that you've ever watched it. But you could remember, like, it could still live in your head rent free, especially if you watched it as a kid. Like, it's so funny because I got super into the show as like a teenager, and when I was watching it, I was like, wait a second, I've watched the show on the Sci-Fi Channel at like my grandmother's house when I was just put in front of the TV to watch something because the adult family members were doing stuff. So it's definitely like that sort of show that people could watch and not remember. Weird name. Yeah, it's it's actually a very interesting universe. They do a lot with alien races. And in fact, you know, the whole idea of why does everyone in the universe speak English? That is typical of like space exploration shows. Stargate SG-1, the original series, actually had the first handful of episodes. Anytime they went to a new planet, they would actually bring a character who was an anthropologist slash linguist with them, and he would actually be like, oh, listen guys, they're using these words, they sound like they're derivative of this particular language, I can communicate with them. And then they realized how annoying that was going to be to do every single episode, so they just made it so that anyone who goes through the gate, their language gets uploaded to the gate system. And so anytime you pass through the gate, you're automatically able to understand all other languages, and you just hear them as your own language. And you know what? It's such an easy way of going about it, but I don't blame them one bit. Like, why deal with that? Why deal with that when you don't have to? So that but the reason I brought that up is weird name. They actually have a lot of interesting like linguistic aspects of the in the show. They always like I've listened to I have the Blu-ray set. I've listened to like the DVD commentary of most of the episodes at this point. They talk about how one of the big struggles for writing sci-fi, let me rephrase that, one of the big struggles of writing sci-fi well is making sure that there's at least some science backing what you're saying. And that's something that I really appreciate about the Stargate writers is everything they do, they at least try, they don't just say, oh, here's the photon laser beam, unless they're dealing with an alien race who can kind of do their own stuff. They actually kind of look at the science stuff and the linguistics, and they create the patterns. It's cool. It's a really fun show. Stargate Atlantis is actually my favorite show of all time. Like, it's SG1. Okay, here's the funny thing. I've never watched all of SG1. I watched maybe like 10 episodes of Stargate SG1. I just love Atlantis. It's so good. I like the characters a little bit more. Anyway, that's that. I need to stop myself before I keep talking about it. Okay. On that note, I'm actually gonna be going to bed now because oh my god, it's 11 o'clock. No. Sorry, Javion. No. Sorry. That was one of those things where I was talking too fast. No. Stargate SG-1 was the first series. It is the one that ran for 10 seasons. Of that show, I've only seen like 10 to 20 episodes of it. And it's the one that had like, so it has hundreds of episodes, but I've only seen like 10 to 20 of them. Stargate Atlantis is the spin-off that lasted 5 seasons, and it's my favorite show of all time. I'll say there were definitely a couple writing decisions in the last season to season and a half that I'm like, somebody in the writer's room is putting their own like self-insert aspects into a certain character. It was so blatantly obvious in certain ways. I'm not gonna go into it because it's eye roll inducing is the best way of putting it. It's also very early 2000s, like in terms of how people are, but also it's good. It's great. Actually, do you know who's in it? This is always the funniest thing. I got such a kick out of Aquaman. I never saw Aquaman. I mean the announcement of Aquaman, because like Jason Momoa is one of the main characters in Stargate Atlantis as of season 2. So, and that's what I know him from. So suddenly hearing like, oh, Jason Momoa is Aquaman, I'm like, hey, good for Ronan. Hell yeah, you go Ronan. Yeah, he was like I think he was like in his early 20s when they did that. He's you know what? I'm actually gonna. This isn't like a really good picture, honestly. But this is like the main picture on the wiki. Oh, Intrinsic. Can I just say that you are now the second person I know who likes to use that phrase, walking my goldfish. Oh, and do you know who else is in Stargate? But not the one, not my favorite, the other one, the original one, which again, it's really good. And honestly, I'm kind of glad I haven't watched it because I'm basically saving it for a rainy day or, rainy year when I'm like not. Basically, if something really crappy happens in life, I'm gonna need a comfort show. And Stargate is a show that I know I will enjoy watching and it will take my brain off of stuff. So I'm just saving 10 seasons of SG-1 for when I need it. Come on, focus. Yeah, whatever. This is my sign that it's almost time to go. Oh, but oh, what's that one game with a Kratos or whatever it's called? What is it? Is it Gods of War? Let me look. Yeah, God of War Ragnarok. Yeah. Christopher Judge, who plays Kratos in that. He is one of the main characters / actors in the other Stargate show, the one that was for 10 seasons. He wasn't in all 10 seasons. That one, because that one lasted long enough that the cast kind of changed throughout the years. But yeah. As also, the original MacGyver was the main character in Stargate. Come on. I think he's the guy with the red. This was him in Stargate. Original MacGyver. Is there another? I think there was like an early 2010s or mid 2010s, late 2010s, somewhere in there. I think they did a spin-off, or not a spin-off, but like a reboot. I don't know. I guess. Come on. There we go. Anyway. But yeah, he was the main actor on Stargate SG-1. It had a fabulous cast. Okay. On that note, I just heard one of the cats yell in the distance, so that is my sign to sign off for the night. Get it? Sign. Haha, but I never heard of it. It's such a I know, it's one of those shows that I feel like people who watched it loved it, but it was right before, not right before, but it was definitely a little bit before like sci-fi and nerdy stuff was becoming more mainstream. So it's very much like it was Star Trek people know because it was big enough when there was not much of that sort of media. Stargate was big enough that a lot of people heard of it, and there weren't it was a sci-fi channel show. So sci-fi channel didn't exact if I remember correctly, I believe it was a sci-fi channel show, and sci-fi channel didn't exactly have a million and one like hit shows, you know what I mean? So it didn't have to be the most popular show in the world for it to be one of the more popular shows on the sci-fi channel. Um but yeah, and actually it was originally so you're going to come across a 1994 movie called Stargate. That movie is canon. The series picks up like a couple years after the end of the movie, but the movie has a totally different cast. The characters are the same as the SG-1 characters, but they were all movie actors, and most of the movie actors didn't want to do television because at the time doing television was seen as being very, very, very less prestigious than being a movie actor. It was almost like an insult to be asked to do a television show if you were like a professional actor. I know this because my father was involved in the entertainment industry, and I was for a bit as well. And the original Stargate movie actually had a really solid cast. Yeah, it was Kurt Russell, James Spader. Those were the two lead actors in it. Kurt Russell and James Spader. So that's why they didn't get brought on for the TV show. Because they probably were like, hell nah, you can't afford us. But I've never watched the original movie, but I it's one of those things where it's like it's from my understanding, for people who have watched it, it's like an interesting base because it explains where the show picks up. But you can go into the show without any prior knowledge because it gives you all the information you need. Anyway, thank you for listening to the ramblings of Marcus. I did my little spiel earlier, so I'm going to just give a little heart. So you could just watch it whatever. Yeah, no, honestly, you could jump right into SG-1 if you wanted to. You could jump right into Atlantis if you wanted to. You could even jump right into the other spin-off, which was only 2 seasons, then started airing in 2009, called Stargate Universe. I will say, Stargate Universe has a very different vibe from the other two, because the other two, Stargate Universe takes itself a little bit more seriously, and it's significantly less campy. The other two, like I said, they're your late 90s to early 2000s sci-fi tropes. Oh my god, they have tropes. That's the best part. I love a good sci-fi trope. And actually, before I sign off, I do have one other show that's kind of related. There's a show called Dark Matter. There's also an Apple show currently airing called Dark Matter. That is not the show I am talking about. I am talking about I want to say it was like late 2010s show that similarly aired on the Sci-Fi Channel. That show is when it came out, I really liked it. I was so sad when it got canceled after 3 seasons. Fast forward like 5 years later, I discovered that the showrunners behind it, I discovered the showrunners behind it were the same showrunners as Stargate. And I went, oh, that makes a lot of sense. Dark Matter is another really, really solid show. It's on, or it was on Netflix at least. I think it still is. And it's a little bit more like, it's something, it's so funny because the reason I thought of this is, one of the reasons I love Dark Matter is when I watched it, I was like, it's been so long since I've seen like a modern sci-fi show that leans into tropes, like the classic sci-fi tropes, the body swaps, the time loops, the bottle episodes. And Dark Matter would have those, and they were so fun. And it actually would make me think of like the Stargate Atlantis shows. And so learning they were the same people, I'm like, oh, that explains why it has that classic sci-fi feel to it. Because these are writers who have been doing sci-fi for decades. Anyway. On that note, for real this time. Thank you for hanging out. I'm gonna go see what Miss Elodie wants. And Miss Megan. And, so long, and thanks for all the fish.